strategy. So there has to be this transition should happen over a period of time. It cannot happen overnight. Till yesterday I was practicing chemical farming, and from tomorrow I will not spray anything on my new crop, whatever I have sown, I will be completely chemical free. It doesn't work like that. And if you alone do it, it doesn't work. Just imagine that you have your pigeon pea farm or a groundnut farm where everybody else around you who is cultivated the same crop is following the chemical farming. He sprays all the chemicals and other things, and there are some pesticides which are actually not the knockout pesticides. They are repellents. Imagine that they are all repelling pesticides they have used, and where will all the pests from your neighbor's farm come to? They will come to your farm. They will destroy the entire crop because they will find it very palatable, your crop. So they will completely devour and devastate your crop. So that is why there are so many challenges when it comes to management of pests and diseases. Yes, we already discussed about the long-term benefits, economic viability. In short term, definitely it is going to be a disaster. Long-term benefits are plausible, but do we have so much of time? This is again debatable, because the world population clock is ticking, and we go on adding one Australia every year, one Australia's equivalent population to our country every year. So whether we will be able to follow this. So this is another question that we all have to address. Then let us also look at the empirical data. What does it say on water saving, soil health, and crop diversity? Yes, we talked about it. It reduces water consumption. Soil health will be improved. We can see all kinds of beneficial microorganisms growing in the soil. Earthworm population is an indicator of lesser chemicals in the soil, and a healthier environment for the worms as well as other supporting organisms to grow. And diversified crops also emphasize on crop diversity, supported by empirical data showing that there will be increased resilience for pests and diseases. As I said, there are certain components that should go into natural farming. So if you go for monocropping of again maize, suddenly changing from your chemical farming to natural farming, I know what kind of disasters you will see. Next one, please. Then there are specific benefits for food quality and climate change. Although there are conflicting reports that say that organoleptic tests as well as chemical analysis do not really significantly show any difference between the organically cultivated or natural farming cultivated crops and the chemically farmed crops. But there are people who vouch for its keeping quality, its taste, and its so-called healthy characteristic. So one thing is sure, that if other things, there are a lot of ifs and buts. But what about natural farming's contribution to climate change mitigation? This is really one striking benefit that we will get out of natural farming, because it does not use any chemicals that come out of the fossil fuel. When we talk about urea or any other fertilizer or chemicals, pesticides, a lot of it is produced because using the fossil fuels as the base source of those materials. So they come from the petroleum industry. So it reduces emissions, and thereby it mitigates the climate change. So reduced chemical usage, reduced fertilizer usage will also reduce carbon footprint, and Reduced chemical usage will also help us keep the biodiversity, which in turn help us to assimilate the carbon from the atmosphere. About yield and economic sustainability in the next slide. We see there is the empirical data often shows that natural farming practices can achieve competitive or even higher yields compared to conventional farming. And again, there are niche areas. This does not happen everywhere. If we want to switch to natural farming in a condition like say Pavagada in Karnataka, which is almost same like what we have in Anantapur in Andhra Pradesh, you may not get that benefit. But if you practice this in a place like Sikkim or Meghalaya or even in coastal Karnataka or in parts of Shumaga where in the transition tract where the rainfall is above 800 millimeters, then probably you will see success earlier. Then natural farming practices can also be economically sustainable in the long run. Yes, we discussed this. This is again reaffirming that long run. Long run is the major consideration here. But how long can these problems wait? And then whether we have enough food stocks for the entire country to switch over to natural farming and suffer yield losses in the initial year, and what will happen to the food security? These are questions. I'm telling you all the so-called benefits of natural farming, and I'm keeping a couple of slides at the end of this presentation to challenge your thinking as to how feasible it is immediately switch over to natural farming. What do the global studies say in organic farming or natural farming? Whether the entire world can feed and be fed with these practices is the question that I would like to answer at the end of this presentation. Next one, please. Is there a potential for scaling up natural farming? I already said this a couple of times. With a growing world population, whether adopting natural farming practices can help meet increasing food demands in an environmentally sustainable manner, this is a question mark. So we will try to answer this question as we go around. And the next one is proportionate resource consumption. Yes, but when the resources consumed are less, there are also going to be implications on the outputs. So natural farming typically requires less external resources. So therefore, initially, we will also get lesser output. The question now is, how do we bridge this gap? Next, please. Environmental sustainability, enhanced resilience, and community empowerment. These are the positive effects of natural farming. Yes, it will be environmentally sustainable, again in the long run. The system resilience will improve, provided the entire ecosystem. So let us say that entire ecosystem, at least at the village level, community level, can the entire village transform itself into a natural farming village, so that there is at least some micro environment benefits accruing to that system. So this needs to be really tested and used. I don't think there are any large-scale studies. I did not find any large-scale studies that have happened on natural farming. The current anecdotes that we are drawing from single cases, like whether it is Fukuoka or Narayan Reddy or Palekar or somebody like Bhaskar Save, they were tried and tested on small one individual plot of maybe 5 acre, 10 acre, 15 or 20 or 100 acres. But this was never practiced on thousands of hectares as a community. So what will be the effect? Effects are certainly going to be regenerative and resilience building, but what will be the cost at which we will be transitioning it into it? And what kind of challenges do we face initially? And to these on this context, let us examine what happened in our neighborhood. Take the case of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka suddenly decided to go organic. And most of you who keep yourself abreast of what happens around you would know that Sri Lanka, which depends mostly on its tea economy, went completely bust. It could not sustain agriculture production, and that led to a lot of political upheaval, and they suffered a setback of nearly 50 years. So the tourism suffered, the agriculture suffered. They have lowest foreign reserve, foreign exchange reserves, and above all, the strife that was brought, and the political instability, and the riots that happened on the streets. All these things are consequence of their suddenly switching to something called as organic. And do we have a plan at the national level or at the regional level, that how do we really transition, and then how is our plan? For example, this year we will have this many number of acres or these many thousands of hectares into natural farming. And what kind of policy support is there from the government for the farmers to switch from conventional farming, chemical farming, to natural farming? Who will bear the cost of farmers suffering the yield losses in the initial years? So these are several questions that will come to our mind. Next one, please. Yes, there are also cultural preservation issues are there. Yes, there are many indigenous and tribal communities which even now practice natural farming, and having adopted to an urban kind of lifestyle, how many of the farmers who are living in the fringes, and even those living in the rural areas whose lifestyle has changed over the past 20, 30 years, are willing to go back and adopt what is called as the more humble way of living? Are the communities prepared? So what kind of innovation and adaptation can we bring in as natural farming scales up? There is potential, of course, for innovation. The innovation in policy, the innovation in program implementation, the innovation in cross-subsidizing and financing of this kind of practices. When we know that this is going to protect our planet in the coming years, where we have messed up a lot in the last 50 odd years, so would definitely be worthy of it to invest. So I would like to just quote one data which I kind of remember some time back. Now everyone knows that there is a lot of what do we call carbon emitted into the atmosphere, and due to which we want to really reduce and sequester that carbon and then get the environment back to normal, in which case we will have to reverse the so-called climate change that has happened. So the one data or modeling data shows that if the temperatures of the global temperatures, global warming which has now happened, if the global warming temperatures will have to be brought back to the pre-industrial revolution era, the amount that the entire globe needs to spend is 1.4 times of the entire GDP of all the countries of the world. Tell me how many countries are willing to invest this much in reducing the global warming. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is, even after that, so let us imagine that we brought our emissions down to the level of pre-industrial era, then also global warming will not stop immediately, because a lot of temperature has already built up in the depths of the ocean, which needs to be dissipated, which will again take a few more decades. So going back to the pre-industrial era in terms of climate change, global warming is not an easy task. It costs money. It above all, it costs the political will among the global nations and a global cooperation. So it is a very tough task ahead. So looking at this, certainly we are not going to leave Earth, a better Earth for our future generations. So this is a concern. So next one, please. Yes, there has to be a lot of knowledge sharing in this one, and we already talked about the challenges. Now, in the interest of time, I would like to skip slide 19 and go to slide 20, where I would like to draw your attention to a global study that was done by FAO. So, what this study states, so that they have talked about organic farming. So, probably organic farming is a shade better than what we are thinking in terms of natural farming, in terms of yields. Because here at least we are tilling the land, they are not averse to using the high yielding varieties, and we also are okay to use the biopesticides. So look at what it says. So I just speak at the conclusion. Just don't bother about the methodology and all that. What it says is organic yields are 18.4% lower than the yields in conventional farming systems on an average. Organic yields are significantly lower in specific warm temperate subtypes, crop types, geographical regions, and soil properties compared to that of conventional farming methods. So now, how the scientists have summarized this, just please go back to slide 19 again. So here, the scientists that have studied this have said that every meta-analysis of kind has shown the same results. About 20% lower yields in organic farming. We can't feed the world by going organic. In one sentence, he sums up. And the new meta-analysis, as we already saw it. So I'm kind of I'm sure that your minds are now confused. Well, the topic itself is like that. Don't blame me for confusing your mind for the kind of questions that I have posed you, and there are no straight answers for these questions. So therefore, these are debatable. There's a long process behind this, and there is not much consensus across the world about the what do we call the going organic. So let's be frank in admitting that it is all rosy, organic farming, natural farming, everything. But when it comes to the challenge of the world, it is so much more difficult. Let me finish with an example that I myself encountered. In fact, an example of a situation which I encountered. Well, while I was the director of Atari in Bangalore, I used to travel a lot and visit several KVKs. While visiting one of the KVKs, the KVK staff took me to a progressive tomato cultivator somewhere near Bangalore. So we went around his field, and there were several scientists from IIHR were also there, because the farmer there was cultivating the Arca varieties of tomato cultivated, bred by IIHR. And the crop was looking excellent, and there was a huge bunch of tomatoes across. And what I could observe was after going around the farm, we came to this farmhouse where generally, they ask us to sit and then offer some tea or coffee or something. So they were all asking us to sit. And there, to my surprise, I saw a small patch of tomato being grown. In that one, that tomato looked very sickly, very small, attacked by insects, and plants were not looking healthy, small fruits and all. I asked the farmer, what is this? You have cultivated such nice tomatoes there, and why is this patch like this? He said that, sir, that is for selling in the market, but this is for my home consumption. I think you understood the difference. So we have not sprayed any chemicals here, not applied any fertilizers here. So therefore, this is only for my home consumption, and that is for the selling in the market. And when you put in the market, how many of you will select only the bright looking, then the shiny ones, and even if there is a small hole of insect, you will not take it, isn't it? So the entire thing is market driven. What kind of preferences do you have? And you know that over the globally, the population of cultivators is coming down. So when we got independence, nearly 80% of our population depended on agriculture. Now about around 60%. In a developed country like US, Canada, and North America, Europe, there is hardly 2 to 3% of farmers cultivate the crops. The rest 97% depend on what these farmers have cultivated. Which means these people will have to cultivate more to feed those 97% who don't own a single grain to feed themselves. And then how can we expect the 2 or 3% or the 60% to go feed the additional 97 or 40%? They will have to use methods that are market oriented. They want to produce more. They also have a lifestyle to maintain. So there are a lot of contradictions. Ultimately, the bottom line is that the contradictions are too many. This is definitely the one that is the most desirable type of farming, non-violent, eco-friendly, rejuvenating, regenerating, climate friendly, life friendly, planet friendly, everything. But are we prepared to embrace this? Is the question that I want to leave you with. Thank you very much for this opportunity. If there are questions, I will be happy to share.
Sir, thank you very much for your nice presentation, sir. I invite any of our participants to clarify their doubts. Questions in our hello, sir?
Yeah, please.
One of our participants is having some questions.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I have two questions.
Please introduce yourself.
Sir, I am Dr. Dinesh, working as scientist agronomy at KVK Ramnagar, sir.
Okay.
Sir, this Fukuoka's method of natural farming, India is the only country has taken seriously, or any other country in the world has taken this initiative to follow natural farming in a serious way? First question. Second question is, when we were hearing to Dr. Ravi Shankar from Modipuram, he told us that government is anywhere between 30 to 35,000 hectares, million hectares, they want to bring down under natural farming. Is there any institute seriously made any assumptions or calculations with respect to how they are going to delineate which are the crops or which are the reasons where this natural farming is going to be taken in a serious way, and what extent they can able to estimate the yield loss, as you told that in your presentation that 18 to 20% yield loss will be expected from organic natural farming. what are the reasons they have considered, and how much yield loss would we able to manage that yield loss in terms of by going into 35,000 million hectares natural farming in India? These are my two questions.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very thought-provoking question. In fact, these are the type of questions we need to ask as scientists to policymakers. See, the policy at the national level is to convert at least 35,000 hectares into natural farming. It's a good thing. They are doing by phase. There is no doubt about it. But at the same time, how are these farmers going to be supported in the initial years when there is going to be yield loss? I'm not sure about what the provisions of that scheme are. Secondly, your question about how do we have a plan to move in a phased manner, and which are the ecologies that we are going to consider initially and later, and any such plan. I'm not aware of such plan. Probably this could have been a good question to Dr. Ravi Shankar himself. I know Dr. Ravi Shankar well. He works in Indian Institute of Farming Systems Research in Modipuram. They have quite a good number of studies they have done across various ecosystems, and probably this question could have been a good one for him to answer. I have no idea, but the underlying methodology for this, as you rightly asked, if you answer the questions that you asked, we will have a methodology to approach this problem. In other words, 35,000 hectares, what is the plan? How many we are taking initially? How many we will take later? Which are the ecologies that we can take? And how much yield loss are we going to suffer in the initial years? Based on the empirical data, the trials that have been done in similar ecologies. And is there a plan from the government side to support these farmers for their yield loss? And whether the yield loss that they are going to compensate is going to be compensated with the carbon credits that they are going to get because of natural farming. Is there a cross financing from carbon financing that can happen? So these are the innovations I was talking. So when we talk about innovations in financing, innovations in implementation, innovations in policy, it's not just innovation in crop growing. When we talk about scientists, generally we think about innovations only in terms of whether I can come out with a miraculous variety which can yield 50% more than the existing variety, even in the driest conditions, hottest conditions under the climate change era. That is not the innovation. That is hardly going to happen because there are biological limitations, yield barriers, there are genetic factors that may not allow it to happen. But what kind of innovations can we bring in our processes, methods, procedures, policies, and implementation, financing? These are the things that we need. So I think I don't have a direct answer. Hope I have tried to give you the entire perspective of how this can be approached. Thank you.
Thank you. So any country they are considered natural farming.
See, there is this I left. Actually, there is a lot of interest in Europe about what they call as regenerative farming, not in terms of natural farming per se, that what we saw, what we have studied. So it is in terms of agroecology farming. They are trying to bring out a new concept where they are trying to see that the donors like GIZ, World Bank, and the European Union funds the efforts there to go into what is called as agroecology farming. So, which means it's a kind of regenerative farming where the level of yield is going to be optimized and the application of external inputs is minimized. So these are the efforts. This is happening across the Europe. and there Europe is the only place where they have also banned the GM crops. Of course, India is also a non-GM country, whereas it is allowed in the US. So India, of course, is a forerunner, but at the same time, India is also at a great risk in terms of its food security, because constantly what should remind us is what happens in our neighborhood and can we afford. And if we do it, we have enough buffer. And in what, I mean, we should actually start, harvesting the low-hanging fruits first, where there is enough organic matter already in the soil, where there is adequate rainfall in the soil, and again with the crop choice also, we can't go and do organic farming suddenly in a crop like sorghum or wheat, which are the staples. You should start doing maybe in fruits and vegetables. That's a good beginning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. One more person is having some questions.
Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Shanti, sir, from PGPSU, Professor Soil Science. I have a question. Has ICRISAT done any work on this natural farming in the 5 mandatory crops you have? And if at all you have taken up, what is the trend of results and what is your opinion on that?
Yeah. ICRISAT has not done any work on natural farming so far. By and large, the ICRISAT crops, the mandate crops of ICRISAT, many of you know, the dryland pulses and cereals like sorghum, pearl millet, and we have groundnut, pigeon pea, chickpea, and of course we have recently added the millets. Although these crops generally are not high input requiring crops, low water intense crops, and these are the crops which are generally known as climate resilient crops. So already these crops sustain the lives and livelihoods of millions of farmers, both in the semi-arid tropics of India, across Asia, and also in Africa, where the input usage is very, very low, and particularly grown in dryland conditions. So there is no effort as such, or any experiment or any project as such for natural farming. Of course, there was a move by the Department of Science and Technology (DST) for embarking on a nationwide regenerative agriculture program sometime last year, but it is still in the proposal stage. So as a philosophy, we are open to testing it. Although we do not practice it at the moment because of the compulsions of higher yields that are required in the African and Asian regions, which have very, very low yields as of now. The productivities are very low. We don't have immediate plans of embarking on natural farming as of now. But we are open to scientifically testing, working, generating more empirical evidence about the goodness of natural farming.
Thank you, sir. One more question is from other participants.
Sir, Namaste, sir. Myself is Dr. Raja Chow, working as a plant pathologist in AVK Active. Sir, my question is, still in many universities there is no in detail study, and there is no long-term study than more than 3 years. Still, the India is in a hurry to conduct it experiment formal field in a large area. Is it a right or wrong, sir?
No, I could not hear the later part of your question properly. Can you please, yeah.
Sir, actually, sir, in Indian universities, like in many part of our India, in detail study has been not conducted at the molecular level regarding what is happening in the plants. Means they are getting lower yields, even though the government of India is planning to have the trials in formal field. Is it right or wrong, sir?
question is, see, there is one thing, see, actually what has happened is, in the absence of enough scientific knowledge to guide the policy, the government of India has gone one step ahead and then formulated a policy. Actually, the policy formulation should always be guided by science, but in countries like ours or most of the developing countries, most of the policies are formed in a hurried way without much scientific backing, and therefore, from the perspective of the government, they may be right because they would like to really look at a bigger picture, saying that if I put so much of land under natural farming, the government will have to can reduce so much of fertilizer going into it, and that will bring down the subsidy burden and all that. So that may be the thinking of the government. So they are right on their part, but we don't have enough data to really contest that from the scientific community, because it is not easy to lay out trials in this one and make certain kind of so-called scientific conclusions in either organic farming or natural farming methods. For example, if a field has to be declared as organic farming field, first thing is that all the inorganic impurities or inorganic products that would have gone into the soil will take at least 3 years to regenerate. After you give up your chemical agricultural practices for 3 years, then only you can slowly turn it into natural farming, organic agriculture. For example, if you are using the dung that is coming from, animals that are fed with antibiotics, growth hormones, and many other things, then that cannot be organic farming. But are we following it in true sense? We are not. All dung is not good, isn't it? If it is organic farming, it has to be, and this is where Europe is actually taking a step ahead. So they are going for ranch-fed animals. They are not going for animals that are, the dairy animals where they are always often pumped with a lot of antibiotics, hormones, chemicals, and so many other things. Their dung certainly is not the right input for organic agriculture. So it is something like this. So as scientists, we should only be giving the enough input for the policymaker to take it and then formulate a policy. But because the government works on the democratic principles, always that at loggerheads, the policy and the science are at loggerheads. Not only just in India, even in developed countries, many times it happens. You all know that when climate change is happening across the world is acknowledging. The Republican government in the US dismissed this fact that there is nothing like a climate change, it is all hoax. So we are working in a space where science, politics, and the perceptions of the people and the communities come together, and they are often at loggerheads. So therefore, nothing can be painted straight away as right or wrong. Get 50% right, 60% right, 70% false, 20% right. Like this we can say, there is not always everything is in black and white. There is a gray area also. So we must recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions? Sir, our participants, they are much understood with whatever the lecture delivered to them. So they are satisfied with the presentation and also with the questions they have asked. Sir, I know how busy you are at ICRISAT. Nevertheless, you made it possible to come over for the presentation through online, and for sparing your valuable time and for having delivered the lecture, natural farming and empirical analysis. So with your presentation, I think all of our participants, they got clear some of their doubts what they are having earlier in this training participants and on behalf of the Gandhi Shivapanayaka University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, sir, I heartfully thankful to you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation on behalf of all the participants and on behalf of the university, sir. Thank you very much, sir. From 6 different SAUs of South India.
Yes, sir.
28 participants are here.
Okay.
Either two, we were discussing about principal practices and other aspects of natural farming, some of the results of natural farming which are carried out in different research stations of our state. And we had also been to some of the farmers' field.
Okay.
We have visited some of the farmers' field and we had an interaction and a discussion with our farmers and scientists also.
Okay, sir.
So this is in brief about our training program, madam. All the participants are in the cadre of assistant professor and some professors are also participating in this program.
Okay, sir.
Madam, first of all, let me introduce about our guest speaker today for the information of the house. Today's our guest speaker is Dr. M. Sugandhi ma'am. He is an entomologist with specialization in integrated pest management. She is presently working as professor at Namaswa Organic Farming Research Center, KSNUAHS, Coimbatore. She has handled more than 50 courses for undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral students for the past 17 years and Madam has guided 7 postgraduate students. Madam has undergone 4 international trainings at various universities of United States and she has attended 12 national level training programs. Madam is also presented papers in more than 50 international and national conferences. Madam has been awarded with more than 35 awards. To cite a few, she got a fellowship of Norman E. Borlaug by United States Department of Agriculture, United States of America. Madam is awarded with promoted Tamil Nadu Young Scientist Award by Government of Tamil Nadu. And Madam is also awarded with Best Women Scientist Award by KSNUAHS, Coimbatore. Madam has operated 12 externally funded projects as principal investigator for a budget outlay of almost 13 crores. Madam has also published 19 books, 32 research papers in international journal and 53 research papers in national journals. And to be more specific, Dr. M. Sugandhi Madam has served as subject matter expert for restructuring the syllabus for natural farming at national level, and she has also served as resource person for natural farming training for 6 state agricultural universities. So, dear participants, we are all very fortunate to have such a resourceful resource person with us today. And Madam is going to deliver a lecture on insect pest management in natural farming system and approach towards sustainability. So with this brief introduction about Madam, now I request Dr. M. Sugandhi Madam to deliver her lecture. Thank you, Madam. You can please start.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, sir. I'm so happy. Thank you, sir. Good morning, all of you once again. And I'm so happy that I would like to thank sir for providing the opportunity to handle the class so often also. I'm highly thankful to you, sir. And I'm highly thankful since you have given me this opportunity to present this lecture to participants of this training program. Thank you once again, sir. May I know any apologies to this participants? Among the participants, any apologies? Okay. So for entomologists, it may be a little bit boring because you know the concepts are very definitely it will be like a refreshing one. You may have undergone all these subjects only during the undergraduate program. So it will be definitely a refreshing one for others. The entomologist, that session. So, I'm presently working at Namalva Organic Community Center in Bangalore. And for this session, I'm going to handle. Yes, sir?
Madam, voice is little echo, madam. I think too.
Yeah, is it okay now, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. So today I'm going to handle pest management under natural farming. So here, before going to the subject, we have to know some basic statistics. So if we talk about the crop losses caused by pests and pathogens, the major contribution is through weeds. Weeds contribute 28% crop losses among the different groups of pests. But if we see that among the disease causing agents, the fungi causes maximum loss up to 42%. But if we see the pesticide consumption pattern, the major share is occupied by 55% in insecticides. Major share of 55% is occupied by insecticides. The reason is the farmers, they are unable to distinguish the damage caused by insects or diseases or weeds or rodents or any other thing. They are unable to distinguish the differences and they are unable to distinguish the damage caused by insects or diseases or through micronutrient deficiency. So this is the main reason why the insecticide consumption pattern is very high, though it contributes comparatively less than compared to weeds. If you see the next one, this is very important slide. It is the 2021 statistics. So the statistic says that for every 30 minutes, a farmer in India commits. So 2020 statistics says for every 26 minutes, a farmer committed suicide, but this time has little bit increased. It is the main reason behind this indiscriminate, not only insecticide, indiscriminate use of it. This is the main reason why most of the farmers, Indian farmers, are committing suicide. And regarding the pesticide consumption pattern in India, India is the leading producer of pesticide in Asia, and 50% of what we are producing is exported every year. And among the different crops cultivated in India, paddy and cotton, these two are the major crops which consume more pesticide. And among the different states, Andhra Pradesh contributed for the maximum use of pesticide. Okay. So 8 states account for 70% usage of agrochemicals. So this is the basic statistics regarding the pesticide consumption pattern in India. Why the government is promoting organic farm management, especially regarding the plant protection point of view. This indiscriminate use of pesticides, it is polluting the environment, it is destroying the natural enemies like predators and parasitoids, and honeybees, pollinators, and other non-target organisms. Apart from this, it causes 3 harms. The first R is leading to residues in the processes. Second one is development of resistance. Repeated use of same group of pesticides leads to development of resistance. That is the second R. The third R is resurgence. We may be targeting some insects. That insects will be killed, but the minor pests will become the main. That is called as resurgence. That is resurgence of target pests and outbreak of the. So, and this mainly indiscriminate use of pesticides leads to decline in the quality of produces, harvested produces, and at present, especially in India, we are facing lots of serious health issues, especially the diseases, some deadly diseases like cancer. Okay, main reason is one of the main reasons. There are several reasons for cancer, but one of the major reasons are this is the indiscriminate use. I'm not saying that pesticides are totally clean. It is not like that. But the pesticide at right time, at right quantity is very, very important. Actually, all the pesticide companies, they are releasing the pesticides, are selling the pesticides with labels. But none of the farmers in India, they are following the label plan. That is the main reason why lot of health issues and lot of environmental issues. So what is the solution? We have to go for either organic farming or natural farming, or at least to towards ecosystem. Okay. So this is the brief about it. So before entering into the subject, for entomologists it may be very easy, for others just to brush up your mind, let us talk about the categories of insects. See, if we talk to the farmers, they'll be thinking that if we talk to the farmers about the insects, they'll say that, oh, insects they are going to destroy us. It is not. If we are planning to shift towards organic or natural farming, definitely we should know about the beneficiaries. So if you ask a farmer, they'll be knowing, if you ask about the beneficial insects to the farmer, they'll be knowing only 2 to 3 insects, like bees as a pollinator and silkworm, which is very famous in Karnataka. There is for silk industry and this lamp. These three were considered the major beneficial insects. But apart from that, we should also know the farmer's friends. Now, who are the farmer's friends? The beneficial insects like predators, parasitoids, and other group of. Let us see some of the most important beneficial insects. This is trichogramma, which is a very good egg parasite. It is considered to be the wonderful insect, especially if a farmer is planning to shift to organic or natural farming, he should definitely know about this insect. This is wonderful parasite on the eggs of lepidopteran insects. That is the egg stage of the caterpillar. So this is one important beneficial insect. Another one is this adult parasite. This is called as Acidophagous papaya. This is a parasite on papaya mellifer. This we call this as a papaya mellifer. It has infested more than 120 crop plants being cultivated in India, and it has caused extensive damage during 2008-9. Then, after the introduction of this particular parasite, the population of papaya mellifer was drastically reduced, and we could achieve 100% control of this papaya. That is the reason we always quote this Acidophagous papaya as a potential example for classical biological control. Only with the use of this biocontrol agent, we could achieve 100% management of this meal. The next one is mud pest. Most of the farmers might have seen this mud pest. But if you ask them whether it is beneficial or harmful, they will say harmful because it's cheap. This is the statement and by most other farmers. But it is a wonderful thing. If we break open the list of this mud pest, we could see huge number of caterpillars. What are these caterpillars? These are the caterpillars which are present in the crop plant and causing damage to the cultivated crops. So these mud beautifully brings down all the lepidopteran pests available in the ecosystem and stores within the cell. After placing these caterpillars, this one it lays eggs over the caterpillar, and the acorns of this it comfortably feeds on this caterpillar, pupates safely within the cell, and emerges out or comes out. Now we can very well understand that it is a very good predator. It predates on most of the lepidopteran caterpillars that are damaging our crop. So this is also considered as one of the most important predators. Apart from that, we have plenty of ladybird beetles. Since it belongs to the family Coccinellidae, we call this as Coccinellid beetle. Why I have specifically mentioned about predatory Coccinellid? Because in the family Coccinellidae, we have one species as a pest, all other which except that one are considered to be wonderful predators. Especially under natural farming, we could see plenty of these ladybird beetles in the. So we are not releasing ladybird beetles. You see the abundant population of this ladybird beetle under natural farming, mainly because we have this cowpea as intercrop in most of the farming. Okay. So these are all different. You can see the one red color with black dots. So this is orange color with wavy markings. Here you can see wavy marking as well as dots and different patterns are there. So other than entomology, what is this one? The one at the last, second row last. What is this? Can anyone tell me? Other than entomologist, can you just tell me that what is this? Any idea, sir? No. Okay. So most of the time we think this as a meaning, but it is not so. It's not a meaning. It is the infant or the inner stage of this ladybird beetle. This ladybird beetle is known as Australian ladybird beetle, Piccollimus montgomery, which is commercially produced, mass produced, and supplied to the farmers. So this is the young one of this ladybird. So it resembles like mealybird. It mimics like mealybird, happily feeds on the mealybird, and the common name of this particular beetle is mealybird destroyer. This is called a mealybird destroyer. It works very well against the mealybird. You can see another graph of this particular beetle, which is also feeding on this mealybird. So what is this insect? Even entomologists can answer this. What is this insect? Can anyone tell me? What is this, sir? It is actually very small in size. That is less than 0.5 centimeter, and it is a microscopic image. Or close-up image, I think. What is this, sir? Any idea? I'm sorry? Mealybird? It resembles like mealybird, right, sir? It resembles like mealybird. Actually, this is a lepidopteran caterpillar which feeds on mealybird. You see the first image. This is the mealybird colony. Can you see my cursor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, this is the mealybird colony, and this is the particular caterpillar. This caterpillar, it mimics like mealybird. It is a lepidopteran caterpillar, belongs to the family like an it's a small gray color. So this particular lepidopteran caterpillar, it mimics like mealybird. It enters inside the colony of mealybird and is happily feeds on it. Why it mimics like mealybird? It's very important to know because mealybirds, they are always associated with honey. Why? Because they are having symbiotic relationship. They are mutually friendly to each other. So the mealybirds will extrude this honeydew to which the ants are attracted. In turn, the ants will help the mealybirds to shift from one place to another as well as to protect the mealybird from enemies. So if this caterpillar goes without this waxy coating or mealy coating, what will happen? The ants will fight with these caterpillars and hold them. So to escape from the predators of the friends of mealybird, that is to escape from the ants, this caterpillar, it mimics like mealybird, enters into the colony of mealybird, happily feeds on them, and it pupates like this. This is the pupa of this particular larvae. How it resembles? It resembles face of rhesus mouse. You can see eyes, nose, and mouth-like structure. So that and from this you can see a small gray colored. So if you are able to see such gray colored small butterfly near the mealybird colony, we can come to a conclusion that a predator has come. Okay? And this is commonly called as ape butterfly, ape butterfly. It is scientifically known as parasitic yes. The bad thing is we cannot mass culture this under a confined condition. The adult actually we tried the entire room of the cage for mass culturing this because it is not specific to mealybird. It feeds on all kinds of mealybird. So we tried to mass culture this when this papaya mealybug was introduced during 2008, but unfortunately we couldn't get the population because the adults they won't lay eggs under the confined condition. But the field is maintained organically or through natural farming without use of chemical pesticides. And definitely, when we get the infestation of these mealybirds, we could see these predators in the field. So this is one take-home message that we should know because here also most of the scientists they are not aware about it. So when we go to the field, especially other than entomologists, we go to the field and we see such type of insect, we may think that it is a mealybug and we suggest the farmer to take some measures to kill it. But it has to be answered. How to differentiate this mealybug and this caterpillar? Because both are resembling. The only difference is the size. Okay, mealybug is less than 0.3 centimeter, but it is up to 0.5 centimeter. And but mealybug won't move fast, but this caterpillar moves as that of the other Leprachaun caterpillar. So this is one take-home message. Kindly make a note of it. Now, apart from that, we have radar examples like praying mantis. Still, the list of beneficial insects goes on. We can talk for more than 2 days also on these beneficial. So, most of the farmers will be knowing about it. But these are some of the insects which are more prevalent in the natural farming ecosystem. The farmer should take. That is the reason I just projected some of these beneficial insects. Next group. Harmful insects. So harmful insects can once again be further classified into 4 different categories. What are may be the crops? Starting from your paddy to any agroforestry tree species, the pests of crops can be broadly classified into 4, namely sucking pests, defoliators, borers, and root. Sucking pests. What are some of the examples of sucking pests include aphids, thrips, mealybugs, white flies. Recently, there's the rufous spiraling white fly. Then scales, hoppers, bugs, skin eater bugs, and so on. The list of sucking pests is also very huge. I mean, it's a very long list. I have just given some of the examples. Do we need to bother with the sucking pests? Yes, because most of the sucking pests, they are not only causing damage by sucking the sap, but these are acting as vectors of viral diseases. Vectors of viral as well as some of the diseases caused by mycoplasma organisms. So since they are acting as vectors of these viral as well as MLO diseases, we should be very, very careful in handling these. We should not leave them. Especially in the crops where these sucking pests are transmitting the diseases. Like for example, in the case of tomato, we have 2 viral diseases. One is tomato spotted wilt virus, another one is tomato yellow leaf virus. The spotted wilt virus is transmitted by thrips and the yellow leaf virus is transmitted by white. So these sucking pests should be taken care in close. So we should be very careful about them. The second group of insects include defoliators. It includes almost all the Leprachaun caterpillars which are feeding on the foliage. Apart from these Leprachaun caterpillars, we have certain beetles also, like flea beetle. This is called the ladybird beetle, which is a pest. Just 5 minutes before, we were discussing about the predatory ladybird. Those predatory ladybird beetles, you could make the difference, I think. Hope most of you might have could able to distinguish between pest ladybird beetle and predatory ladybird beetle. If you observe the number of spots, okay, the number of spots are 16 and above. We consider this the pest ladybird beetle. All others are considered as predator. But then you may get a question in your mind. Can we capture each and every beetle and count the number of spots? It is not needed. Once if you educate the farmer, by experience, he can very well identify or distinguish between the pests and predators. The predators mostly will be seen feeding on the leaves or leaves. And this is called as ash. This ash paper, recent days, it is becoming a very big menace because it not only causes damage to the leaves, but the grubs or the young ones of this ash paper, it starts feeding on the roots. Similarly, this one, flea beetle. Flea beetle, they are also a major defoliator. Apart from that, the young ones of this pumpkin beetle, flea beetle, ash beetle, they are causing damage to the roots of the post crop. So we should be very careful about this concept. Third group includes what? Anything. Starting from a tomato fruit borer, bendy fruit borer, sweet potato weevil, brinjal fruit borer, paddy stem borer. All these are anything if it goes into the plant and enter inside the plant system, we call them as borers. We should be very, very cautious about it because these borers, once if it enters into inside the plant system, it will be very, very difficult to manage, especially under organic farming or natural farming. So we have to, for the management of borers, always we have to take some prophylactic measures based on the pheromone trap. That is very important point to know. Then comes the root feeder. The first image is not the rhinoceros beetle which you are finding in India. It's not a rhinoceros beetle. Rhinoceros beetle grub is found only in the manure. The food material of the particular grub is only the powder. It won't feed on the roots. But the one what you are seeing here is called as white grub or jewel beetle grub or root grub. Since it feeds on the root, we call it the root grub. Since it is white in color, the grubs are called as white grub. It is the major root feeder. Especially in brown sugarcane, this is considered as the major pest. The second one is the grub of ash weevil, and most of the species of termites are also the root feeder. So here I have given some of the examples of sucking pests, defoliator, borers, and roots. Now we are going to see the management aspects. Definitely, before studying the management aspect, we have to know different possible techniques because under organic farming or natural farming, not a single method will take care of it. It is not sufficient. It's not a chemical. Like if you go for some systemic insecticides, it enters inside the plant system and kills most of the pests. But it is not so in the organic farming or natural. We have to take some protective measures and integrated things. Then only we could achieve 100% management. Before planning the management strategy, we should know about the ecology of it. That is more important. For example, I can quote a very good example, fruit fly. This fruit fly is interesting. Fruit crops are this cucurbitaceous vegetables. Okay, when they pupate in the soil. In the magnet stage, once it enters inside the fruit or inside the vegetable, it is very difficult to manage. And finding the adult during the daytime is also very, very difficult. So we can use some of the pheromone trap or para-pheromone trap. Otherwise, for the management of this fruit fly, the best management strategy is to target the pupa present in the soil. So when we know about how we are designing this management strategy, only when we know the ecology of it. So knowing the ecology of pests is very, very important. The second most important point is pest surveillance and monitoring. Regular monitoring is very, very important because once if the pest crosses the economic threshold level, it is unmanageable under the organic farming or natural farming. So regular surveillance and monitoring is very, very important. And always remember this, we always talk about economic threshold. It won't play with only organic farming or natural farming because we cannot wait up to the pest population reaching economic threshold. We are not supposed to wait up to that time because if we wait up to economic threshold level, then our biopesticides will not be able to manage this. So we should, the concept of economic threshold level will not hold good for this natural farming. Okay, now we are going to discuss what are the different ways and means for this. The most important method in the natural farming, pest management method and the natural farming is cultural practice. Or crop cultivation practices, or we call it as agronomic practice. This is the first and foremost step which controls or which manages most of the pests and the natural farming. Then mechanical method, physical method, post resistance. Then biological methods which include use of predators, parasitoids, some of the microbes like viruses, fungi, bacteria, and protozoa. Then use of botanicals and exploiting the behavior of insects through some pheromones and allelochemicals. Then the legal method. The green pesticides are permitted under organic but not under natural. Okay. So these are different components. Now we are going to see the most important components are cultural methods. Among the different cultural methods, the most important is considered to be summer. When we are talking about natural farming, especially the Suresh Padikar's method of this natural farming, we always suggest zero tillage. Zero tillage or no tillage. But as an entomologist, I suggest instead of going for zero tillage, it's always better to go for minimum tillage. The minimum tillage, the tillage should happen during the summer. So if you open up the soil during the summer months, especially during the hot, peak summer period, what will happen? The life stages of insects, the life stages of nematodes, the life stages of pathogens, as well as the weed seeds will be exposed to hot sun and it will be dry. So minimum tillage concept holds good for this natural farming, especially as a summer. This is a wonderful technique. Following the cropping program in a right season. That is also very important. Following proper spacing and intercropping plays significant role in pest management. I'll come to that later. Then use of trap crops or water crops. Trash mulching, we are not going to discuss about this trash mulching in the subsequent slide, so I will just let me explain about it. Especially in sugarcane, we go for heat trash. The heat trash material has to be used as a mulch. The reason is the sugarcane leaves, they are the rich source of silica, natural silica. So if you allow these leaves in the ecosystem as a mulching material, it prevents weeds. That is the first advantage. Reduces the evaporation of available soil moisture. That is the second advantage. The most important one is when these trashes they decompose, they leave huge quantity of silica in the soil. The subsequent crop, when it is cultivated, the crop will take more of silica and the silica will be deposited on the leaves or the stem of the subsequent crop, and the insects when they start feeding on these, their mandible will be broken. So it has a very good method. So this weed rashing and or trash mulching or mulching these patches plays significant role in pest management. Apart from the other benefits of weed management and water conservation. This seed rate. Seed rate is also very important except for sorghum, especially for fruit tree management, we use a higher seed rate. Otherwise, optimum spacing, optimum seed rate plays very important role in pest management. If there is overcrowding, definitely we get more pest management. Then crop rotation. As an agronomist, you mean this crop rotation is very important, especially in rice followed by rice and rice. definitely there will be exhaustive nutrient uptake by this rice plant. So if it is rice followed by this pulse, it adds for the nitrogen to this by harvesting and harnessing this atmospheric nitrogen. In pest management point of view, if we go for transportation, the pests of paddy are not a pest on pulses. So the life cycle of pest and disease consuming pests is different. So we can bring down the population of pests and parasites into the ecosystem. And weed management. Weed management is also very important because most of the weeds are acting as alternate source of the water management. We will come to the leader and field. So these are some of the examples for intercropping system, popular intercropping system, which was evaluated even during 1970. Okay, here I have given some of the examples: cotton, sorghum, red grass sorghum, as 6:1:2:1 ratio. It's a wonderful crop system which can manage the risks of cotton, sorghum, as well as red. And it consumes huge number of predators, parasites, and pollinators in the ecosystem. This is the very well recommended cropping system for natural farming, and wherein we can achieve the best management of this particular intercropping system. This is another important intercropping system wherein the sorghum and coffee are grown as the honest one ratio. For each row of sorghum, we have the own row of coffee. It's very popular in natural farming. Even in our farm, we have this cropping system in a natural farming. The advantage here, it's not a replacement series, it is an additive series. So we are effectively utilizing the interval spacing of this circle for this coffee. We all know since coffee is a leguminous plant, it traps the atmospheric nitrogen. This is the atmospheric nitrogen. That is one point. And after that, if we have these two conditions, the volatiles released from these will break down the coffee and water infection. So it is considered as one of the best cropping system for suitable for natural farming. Some of the trap. What are some of the trap? Especially for the management of tobacco crops, we suggest the trap. And for this helicopter, the American Bullrope always have this manifold, especially for tomato. For every 16 row of tomato, we raise 1 row of marigold. So marigold acts as a trap crop for this bullrope, helicopter. Apart from the root exudates of this marigold keeps the nematodes present in the are in the soil. Because nematodes are becoming major destructive pests in recent days, especially in the vegetable ecosystem and in food crops like guava, wherein and goa and in banana also. Wherein we always suggest to have this marigold as a food crop, just because the root exudates of this marigold is in the nematodes present in the soil. And for the management of diamond blackwood, it is considered as a wonderful crop. For the management of leaf, so these are the crops recommended in the ecosystem. Another important cultural practice is post-plant nutrition. Always there is a positive correlation between application of nitrogenous fertilizers and pest population. If you increase the N content, what will happen? There will be luxuriant growth of this plant, which attracts the pests as well as the disease. In contrast, if you increase the potash level or silica level, automatically the pest population will run. So there's always a positive correlation between the N application and population, and negative correlation between the application of potash or silica and this population. So this is one point we have to keep it in our mind, developing the management strategy. Then planting season. Here I have given some of the examples. So right planting rate, because each and every university based on a particular location, they have fixed the data planting or data sowing for each and every crop. So the date already which was finalized based on several research experiments, it has to be followed at this highly location specific. We cannot bring it as a thumb rule for the entire country. It is exactly highly location specific. Then planting density. Except for this sugarcane capsule water, wherein if we go for high grades or dense secret, it brings down the capsule. And in other cases, if you increase the planting density, definitely the pest population also increases. Then weeds. Weeds are the alternate source for the most of the pest in ecosystem. So the more as far as possible, we have to maintain the weed. Then irrigation. In some, for example, red soil area with water scarcity, it brings down the cost. Means it increases the dam cost by termite. So in the places where the termite damage is more, we have to plan for copious irrigation, more of irrigation. If there is water stress, this termite will take out. So this also varies according to the pest. Then there is an important concept called ecological engineering. Yeah, otherwise called this as ecosystem engineering. It is nothing but we are engineering the ecosystem. We are altering the ecosystem in such a way that the population of predators, parasitoids, and pollinators will be increased. We can see this image. It's gaining popularity in most of the East Asian countries. And recently it is gaining momentum in India also. It's not a new concept, it's an age-old concept, and I could see some of the literatures on ecosystem engineering in the 1960s also. It is nothing but growing of some flowering plants in the earth to attract the beneficial insects like predators, parasitoids, and their pollinators. You can see it's a paddy field surrounded by flowering plants, so it has conserved lot of predators, parasitoids, and pollinators. So this is one important concept where we can use this field strategy and natural farming to have maximum protection to our main. See, always we suggest this how we are lab in the borders of whatever may be the crop we are cultivating under natural. The main reason, if we have this OP lab in the border, we naturally get the infestation of this aphids. Once the aphids come, and if we are not using any chemical pesticides, we could see huge number of this ladybird beetle, predatory ladybird beetle, which comes to feed on the aphids. After feeding these aphids, it starts feeding on the sucking this pest. That is the reason why we always have this OP on ladder in the border of any crop grown under natural farming in the tropics. The second important, I think you are now clear about the cultural methods or agronomic methods in the pest management. Am I right, sir? Are you clear, sir? Do you have any doubt in this? Hello?
No.
Okay. Now we are moving to the second concept. That is the cross plant resistance or use of some resistant varieties in pest management. This is considered to be the most important practice area. So most of the agriculture universities, state agriculture universities, we have developed the varieties showing the resistance to particular pests or diseases. There are certain varieties which are showing the resistance, multiple resistance to some pests as well as some pests. So wherever possible, we have to include these resistant varieties in the ecosystem or in the crop production. If we are utilizing this protection system, we need not bother about this plant protection part at all. But we don't have resistant varieties for the pest. The one important point you have to keep it in your mind is, though this PP cotton are genetically modified plants, though they are showing resistance to pest infestation, it is not permitted under organic farming. Most of the traditional varieties, of the particular species, they are showing certain level of resistance or tolerance to the pests and diseases that are available in the field. So most of the traditional varieties can be considered. Otherwise, the varieties developed through natural breeding process by the state agriculture universities can very well be adapted in the natural farming, because the use of resistant varieties other than genetically modified plants are very good component of integrated pest management in the natural farming. Then comes the physical methods. There are certain physical methods. Most these physical methods are coming under storage pest management. This vegetable oil, use of vegetable oils like coconut oil, or sesame oil, or groundnut oil, it is mainly recommended for the management of pulse beetle. And solar heat treatment of certain seeds, it kills the beetles and red floor beetles. And hot water treatment of rice seeds at 54 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes, it is highly recommended for the management of white tick nematode. And drying the seeds to moisture level of less than 10%, it prevents most of the insect pests and pests. Then cold storage and biogas stimulation. These are some of the methods. We are modifying the atmospheric condition or the storage conditions, altering the storage conditions to manage the storage. The fourth concept is mechanical methods. Under mechanical methods, we have three divisions. First one is mechanical destruction, collection and destruction. This is the wonderful. We may be thinking that it's not going to play significant role, but it plays very significant role. The reason I can say is, for example, if you have a castor in the yeast, it traps the tobacco. This tobacco caterpillar, it always lay eggs in huge number of egg moths. In each egg moth, you can find 300 to 600 eggs. This castor, if it is grown in the water, the adult will lay eggs. When these eggs are hatched, the young caterpillars will be trapping the chlorophyll of the castor leaf. And it will be there in the same leaf for 1 or 2 days. Even from the far off place, a farmer can easily identify that there is some problem in the culture. If you turn the leaf upside down, you will see hundreds of caterpillars feeding on a single leaf. Just pluck the particular leaf, crush it, we can kill all 300 to 600 caterpillars within no time. So this plays very significant. Then for the management of Moringa hairy caterpillar, we use flamethrowers, and we use this rhinoceros, for the management of rhinoceros beetles, we use a device called cooking device or hooks to put out the beetles present in the or boring into the tree. Then seeding and winnowing for spore product insects and shaking the plants, especially these neem trees, acacia trees, for the management of this juice beetle and to discharge the eggs from infecting the rice. So these are some of the mechanical destructions. And there are certain methods for mechanical exclusion. For example, there is a fruits in the case of pomegranate, but this is practically possible under small scale cultivation of this pomegranate. If a farmer is having more than an acre of this pomegranate, tying or bagging individual fruit will be a common. But if it is that exposure, he need not bother about this fruit. Then red dust coating in red gram, which is an important ITK, plays significant role in this matter, especially for the management of nutrients. Then planting the trees, especially for the management of bamboo mealybug, trenching for the caterpillar, is the thin barrier in the trunk of coconut to prevent the damage caused by absent cells. And rat root structure is the storage zone. These are all some of the mechanical methods or mechanical exclusion methods for the management of different. The third component in the mechanical method is use of some mechanical devices or appliances. The most important one is light trap. This is not a new concept. This light trap and sticky trap, they are very old, age-old concepts. This light trap, it attracts most of the phototropic. What do you mean by phototropic insects? Insects that are attracted to light. So during when we were in childhood, we have observed this practice by our parents and grandparents, right? So usually we used to tie a paper coated with oil under the light. What for? To trap all the insects that are attracted. The same concept now we are using in the large scale the cultivation of the crops, light and sticky. The one scientific advancement is we realize that instead of white color, the yellow color attracts more number. It is most preferred by them. So for the management of sucking fish, especially for the white rice, we use yellow color, and for the management of this, we use blue stick. And for the management of southern shoot fly, we use this fish meat color. And for the management of fruit flies just in fruit crop, we use maple leaf. Whereas for the management of fruit flies infesting this cucurbitaceous vegetable, we have to use fluid. So this methyl will not have the fruit flies infesting your cucurbitaceous vegetable. Whereas fluid will not attract the fruit flies infesting your fruit crop. It is highly sensitive. Then there are certain devices known as probe trap, insect, automatic insect removal, fish called probe trap, and indicator device. These are all some of the devices developed by one of the retired entomologists of the NAU, Dr. Mohan. He was the pioneer in discovering these devices in storage systems. So these are some of the mechanical appliances used in pest management. The next one, behavioral method. What do you mean by behavioral method? We are exploiting the behavior of insects in pest management. What is the behavior of insects? Common behavior. First one is female insects release pheromone to which males are attracted. In rare cases, males also release pheromone to which females are attracted. And some of the insects may release some pheromone to which both males and females are attracted. So this is the normal behavior. We are exploiting the behavior of this particular insect or managing them. So based on this, we have four different types of pheromones. One is sex pheromone, second one is aggregating pheromone, third one is alarm pheromone, and trailing pheromone. The first two, sex pheromone and aggregation pheromone, play significant role in pest management. Whereas this alarm pheromone and trailing pheromone, it is there but not used in pest management. Alarm pheromone, especially when the honey bee, worker bee stings you, it releases a pheromone by which other workers will be attracted and they will also start chasing you. This is called as alarm pheromone. Trailing pheromone, when the ants are moving, they will follow certain path. It is mainly because of the trailing pheromone. So the last two are not used in pest management. The first two are very well employed in this pheromone. Pheromone in pest management. There is one is sex pheromone, other one is aggregation. What is the principle behind using this pheromone in pest management? 3 years. One is monitoring, second is mass trapping, third is making description. What do we mean by this? So usually we suggest 12 number of pheromone traps per hectare or 5 per acre. This is the suggested number. So what is the first year monitoring? So we are placing the pheromone trap in the ecosystem. If we we are getting more number of this male insects trapped in this pheromone trap, we can come to a conclusion that there is huge mass activity in the field. So if mass activity is more, they will gain, and this will be they are going to lay eggs in the ecosystem. So after a week time or after some 10 days, if you release this egg parasite, the egg parasite will take care of the egg stage. So this is used as a monitoring device. Second is mass trapping. What do you mean mass trapping? Means the recommended number is 12 per hectare or 5 per acre. If we increase the number of pheromones, the number of male mass trapped in the, in ecosystem will completely trapped. There will be any male available in the number of males available in the ecosystem will be very minimum to make and subsequent generation development. This is called mass trapping of male mass. The third one is mating disruption. What is this mating disruption? We are getting some confusion in the name. For example, if we are placing the pheromone rule here in the trap, there will be active female in the field which will also release the pheromone. Now, one male insect is come, and this male will be totally confused whether to reach the real mate or the pheromone. So this is called a mating disruption. So these three are three principles behind using this pheromones in pest management. These pheromone traps are permitted under natural control. The guidelines developed by this committee constituted for this certification of this provinces of natural farming. The committee has permitted the use of pheromone traps in natural farming also. So these are all different kinds of pheromone traps available in the market, and this is the aggregation pheromone used for red formula, and this is the aggregation pheromone used for rhinoceros management. The another important concept or component of integrated pest management is diversity. So here we have four different categories. One is parasiticide. The most important parasiticide that every scientist and farmer should know is trichogramma. It is a parasiticide used for most of the leprachaun caterpillars. Apart from that, we have certain commercially available parasitides in Legionella, Bracan, Romulus, and these are all mostly available for the management of black-headed caterpillar. And these two are still available predators. One is green lacing, that is Chrysocolla carnea and Jastrobicillane. This is called as green lacing. Another one is Cryptolimus montoseri, that is Australian ladybug. These two predators are mass cultured and being supplied to the farmers by most of the state agriculture universities as well as by the biocontrol laboratory. Regarding the pathogens, that is entomopathogens, it is further divided into viruses, bacteria, and fungi. The commercially available formulations include this NPV, which is highly post-specific. NPV of Helicobacter will not work on Podacter. NPV of Podacter will work on Podacter. It is highly post-specific. Then Bacillus thuringiensis, BT formulated product is permitted, but not the genetically modified product. Plant. Then regarding the fungi, the entomopathogenic fungi is Bevaria, Metarrhizum, Bacillium, these are some of the entomopathogenic fungi effective on insects. Fourth category, entomopathogenic nematodes. There are two nematodes which are highly pathogenic to pests. Especially, please suggest these two nematodes, namely Steinerthema and Heterolactis, for the management of this white or root. This is the larvae of this or grub of this white or root. Usually, the white are the root feeder. They are white in color. That is why we call this as white bird. But once the nematode infects this particular cactus, this bird, the color changes to pink. Commercially available formulations are there in the market. Sugarcane Breeding Institute at Coimbatore, they have developed a formulation of this entomophagy nematode for the management of this rootless industry, sugarcane, and it is commercially available. And here, this rhinoceros beetle infected bird with this metarise and this green masculine fungi. These bugs and beetle infected this area. But the problem here is when we are suggesting this entomophagy fungi or this fungi, the humidity of this ecosystem should be more than 70% to achieve maximum efficacy. And this is the symptom caused by viruses and this is the symptom caused by bacteria, parasites. The next important one, plant origin or botanical. Because whatever you suggest, whatever the method is suggested to the farmers will be satisfied only when they spray something on the plant to protect. One such important botanical is considered to be this neem. Neem is considered to be one of the most important botanical pesticides. It is not only effective against insects, but also effective against bacteria, mites, mollusks, fungi, nematodes, and viruses. Having wonderful bioresidual properties. So in neem, though it has several secondary fertilizers employed, the most important alkaloid present in neem responsible for bioresidual property is hydrogen. It is not available commercially also. Now we are going to see because we are in the concept of natural farming, we have to bring down the cost of pesticide. So for plant protection measures, the farmer should use available resources in the farm to prepare his own processes. Now we are going to see some of the inputs used in pest management. How to prepare these inputs in the farm itself and it can be used in pesticide. The first one is neem oil. Because each and every farm has only rich, we are the rich, so we are Indians, we have the rich biodiversity of this neem. Also the farms, they have this neem tree. So neem oil is not a very big need. The neem oil can very well be recommended for pest management at the rate of 3% concentration. 3% for 100 liters of water, we need 3 liters of neem oil. Oil and water are inimical. So we should be very, very careful when we are recommending this neem oil for pest and disease management. Because when we are suggesting this neem oil, this oil should be emulsified before mixing it. How to emulsify it? We can use some of the emulsifiers like people or some surfactants to emulsify oil before applying it, before mixing it. This is one. The second important one is neem kernel extract. The suggested concentration is 5%. The neem seed should be powdered. It has to be soaked in water for minimum of 24 hours to 36 hours. After that, it has to be filtered. For example, how to prepare this 5% concentration for 10 liters of water, we need half kg of neem seed. The seed has to be, or the kernel has to be powdered and it has to be soaked in water for 24 hours to 36 hours. After that, it has to be filtered and can be sprayed. The filtered material, the waste material can be used as a manure, can be used as a fertilizer for any of the crops available in the area. So, this is considered to be one of the important. Another one is 3G herbal insecticide. 3G, what is this 3G? Ginger, garlic, and green chili. So, for preparing this extract, we need 1 kg of material of this ginger, garlic, green chili, each 1 kg, and Home 6 we have to take the extract only in home. We are not supposed to use water for extraction. If we use water in this preparation, the extract cannot be stored beyond. But if we prepare the entire material using only urine, the extract can be stored for 6 months also without time. So how to prepare this? For preparing this, we have to take ginger, garlic and green chili, each weighing 1 kg. And it has to be ground well with 2 liters of cow urine for each kg of material. So totally for 3 kg of material, we need 6 liters of cow urine. After grinding, we have to mix well and ferment it for 14 days. After 14 days, the extract can be filtered and stored in the bottles for future use. How to use it? What is the suggested concentration? It has to be sprayed at 5% concentration. So we have scientifically validated the compounds responsible for pesticide property one, and it has 2 major compounds. These are some of the compounds, major compounds present in this 3C extract. Whereas this tetraproline and tetradentate, these 2 are major compounds responsible for antifungal and antibiotic. So we have conducted a huge number of trials and found that 5% of this extract is highly effective against sucking and mucorales, especially in cotton and textiles. The next one is Jeevamar. By this time you might be very familiar with the production of this Jeevamar. Jeevamar is considered to be one of the best practice. We always call this Jeevamar as one of the pillars in natural. Out of 4 pillars, this is considered as one of the pillars of nature. This is not only a soil enhanced, soil health enhanced, or plant growth stimulant. It's a wonderful protectant also. We have characterized this process and found all compounds responsible for antifungal, herbicidal, antibacterial, biopesticidal, insect repellent, and fungicide. This is one of the main reasons why Jeevamar is considered as one of the 4 pillars of nature. Then Albizia amara buttermilk solution, especially for the viral disease management, he suggests this concoction. For preparing this, we have to take fermented buttermilk 5 liters, 1 liter of coconut water, then 1 kg of Albizia amara leaves. This is the one which we used earlier, some 25 to 30 years we used for head. Then juice from the waste decaying. So this has to be mixed and it has to be fermented for 7 days. To be sprayed on the crop plants, having minimum consumption of this virus. When the entire plant and the ecosystem is completely damaged by this virus, we cannot use it. This will not affect us. When we have seen the plants with viral infection, we have to roll out the infected plant. By that time, the virus might have spread to the other plants also. So, as a prophylactic measure, we can just spray this solution. We can develop the immune system or resistance of the plant to withstand the damage caused by this virus. So, it's a wonderful solution for viral disease management in. So we have characterized this concoction and we found that this compound 18 and 20, that is glycine acetyl acetate and carotene tetrahydrocannabinol. These 2 are the major compounds present in this concoction which are the antiviral agents. So we should be very cautious. I mean, we have to effectively utilize this concoction for the management of the viral diseases and the natural causes. Another one is 5 leaf sticks. So in GNAU, we use these 5 kinds of leaves, namely vitis, agave, datura, allotropous and neem leaves. These leaves have to be taken at a rate of 1 kg each. It has to be ground well with 2 liters of cow urine for each kg of material. Totally for 5 kg of material, we need 10 liters of cow urine. The leaves have to be ground well and all the ground material can be mixed together and fermented for 15 days. After 15 days, this material has to be filtered and can be stored without spoilage for 6 months also. When we are preparing this without spoilage. This is also considered to be very good repellent, but the concentration for using it as repellent is 10%. 5% will not be sufficient, and it's very easy. Most of these leaves are available in the ecosystem in the farm itself, so it's very easy to prepare. It is having growth promotion as well as plant protection. Then there are 4 astras. 3 astras are mainly recommended for insect pest management and natural farming. The 4th astra is recommended for disease management and the first astra is Agni astra. We are boiling the material, so we call this as Agni astra. For preparing this, we need for 1 liter of chlorine, we need half kg of neem leaf, 50 gram of green chili, then 50 gram of garlic and 100 gram of tobacco. These flour mixtures have to be boiled in 1 liter of chlorine for 2 minutes, like say for example 5 minutes. It has to be boiled and it has to be just the fire should be down and just leave the material as such for 48 days. That is 2 days. After 2 days, the extraction can be filtered. The material can be filtered and it can be used for pest management. The recommended concentration is 30 ml. That is 3%. So this is a very good insect repellent, natural insect repellent used in natural farming. The thing is, we are not supposed to use this Agni astra in certified organic because as we are using tobacco leaves here, it is not permitted under the certified organic farming. So this is something, but under national farming it is common. The next one is herbal insect repellent, neem astra. First astra is Agni astra, second one is neem astra. For preparing this Agni astra stored for 6 months because we are not using water, we are boiling only in house urine. But the neem astra, it is being prepared in water. For 200 liters of water, we have to add 10 kg of powder. In some of the literatures, it was given as 2 kg. In most of the literatures, it was given as 10 kg. So, 2 to 10. If you increase the concentration of this powder, the nutritional property of the extraction will be. So, in some of the literatures, definitely you may find this powder should be mixed at 2 kg. 2 to 10 kg is it's not going to bother your vegetable. So, this powder. How urine we need 10 liters and neem leaves along with stick we can take at the rate of 10 kg. All these 3 has to be mixed with 200 liters of water. Or this first you have to take this neem leaf along with stick. It has to be ground well, mixed with powder and urine. Then it has to be mixed with water and should be fermented for 48 hours. After 48 hours, it has to be just filtered and further dilution is not done. In some of the literatures, it was said that it has to be mixed at 30 ml per liter of water. It's not so. It's wrong. This 200 liters fact is sufficient to cover 1 acre. So further dilution is not done. Kindly make a note. If you come across any of the literatures saying that neem astra is recommended at the rate of 30 ml per liter, definitely it will work. As such, extractant prepared in 200 liters of water must be filtered and The third one is pepper insect called Brahmastra. First one is Agnyastra, second one is Neemastra, third one is Brahmastra. So for preparing this Brahmastra, we have to take 10 liters of. For 10 liters of urine, we need 3 kg of neem leaf around it. And I have listed out some of the leaves like custard apple, castor, pungam, papaya, this guava, datura, prosopis, bitter. So out of these leaves, many of the 5 leaves can be spent at the rate of 2 kg each. So for 10 liters of cow urine, we need 3 kg of neem leaves, and out of these listed leaves, we have to take any of the 5 leaves. So all the leaves have to be ground with cow urine, and it has to be mixed with cow urine. It has to be boiled for some 10 minutes, not the complete boiling, just it has to be kept in the heat. It has to be boiled for 10 minutes. After that, just put out the fire, leave it as it for 48 hours. When it is cool, it is just filter and store. This is called as Brahmastra. This Brahmastra is recommended at the rate of 2.5 to 3 liters, that is 25 to 30 ml per liter. This is the excellent material, not only for pest management, since it contains some of the important leaf extract, it is used in micronutrient recovering the plants from micronutrient deficiency also. So if you spray Brahmastra in the field, we can protect the plant from pest as well as from the nutrient deficiency. The growth also is enhanced. So these 3 astra, Agnyastra, Neemastra and Brahmastra are 3 important astra used in insect pest management and natural farm. Then 4th astra is Sound astra or dry ginger extract. It is known as sound astra or sound astra. For preparing this, we need 200 grams of dry ginger powder, this 5 liters of cow's milk, and approximately 200 liters of water. So what we are going to do, how to prepare this? We have to take 200 grams of this dry ginger, and it has to be boiled with 2 liters of water. How much time you have to boil? Until this 2 liters of water, the volume of 2 liters of water reduces to 1 liter. So until then you have to boil this stuff. Allow it to go. Leave it separate. Take 5 liters of milk, boil it. We are not going to reduce the volume, just boil it, allow it to go. After cooling, remove the upper layer of this milk, the fatty layer, the milk and this dry ginger extract. It has to be mixed with 200 liters of water and can be sprayed directly. Very good protection against fungal dry ginger extract or sound astra. It is very good extract used in the disease management, especially for fungal disease management and the natural farming. So these 4 like Agnyastra, Neemastra, Brahmastra and sound astra. These 4 are considered to be 4 more important astra used in plant protection. So this is how we maintain our field in our farm. This is the brinjal plant having this pheromone trap. You can see yellow sticky trap and some sticks with branches with the bird clutches. And in the bottom, you can see lab cowpea and this coriander. The purpose of having lab or cowpea is to attract and cover the predatory customers, ladybird. What the purpose of having this coriander in the border? This coriander will release a volatile toxin called beta carotene. This beta carotene attracts the parasitoid population into the leaf. So we have this yellow sticky trap. So this is how ecosystem or cropping system with mating practices. So the concept is same. We are following the same concept, tomato and other vegetables and even the this is our tomato field, this is the chili field. In chili field, last there is a border crop, last crop in our field. So we always grow this double row of sorghum in the border. So this is how I work. So this always we have to maintain the balance. In nature, 75% of the insects, 75% of the insects what we are observing in the nature are beneficial. Only 25% of the insects are harmful. But the thing is, what we are doing, we are applying the pesticides like that is indiscriminate pesticides. It kills both the beneficial as well as harmful insects, and the balance of nature is totally destroyed. And the harmful insects, they take the upper hand, they grow very fast, multiply very fast. These beneficial insects do not take the big role in the thing. But organic farming or natural farming, since we are not using any chemical pesticide, the balance of nature is maintained. The harmful insects are easily taken care of. We are absorbing the beneficiaries. So that is not, so we have to cope up with the principles or the concept of the government to promote this organic farming and natural farming to build the future of India as a healthy. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. Then my mail ID. So in future, if you get any clarification, if you need the material, I have already shared the presentation to the organizer. So in future, if you need any help from my side, definitely I am here.
Thank you, madam. Any participants have any question?
Madam?
Yes, sir.
Myself, Dr. S. Yuga, entomologist in US Harvard.
Yes, sir.
One question is that we are using NUAHS, and all. So what will be the effect of the natural enemies? Will they affect the natural enemies?
No, sir. Actually, these astras, all the three astras are repellent only. They are not killing the insects. Since the insects are available, minimum population is available in the ecosystem, the beneficial insects are always getting the food in the field. That is the reason always we recommend this repellent in organic farming or natural farming, so that the minimum pest load will be available in the ecosystem to serve as a food material for the predators. It is no way bothering the predators.
And where in natural farming, we actually interested in increasing the biodiversity. But will it not reduce the biodiversity by using these astras?
Yes. So, I couldn't get you, sir.
Madam, by using these astras, we are actually repelling the insects. So, the concept of natural farming is to increase the biodiversity, ecosystem.
Yes, sir. Actually, I understood your question. Actually, in the natural farming, you are saying that in natural farming, we have to increase the biodiversity of insects rather than killing. But in the case of harmful insects, if we just allow them, the population buildup will be very high, so that we will not be able to control them in future. So, if we are using this repellent, the harmful insect population will be brought down to minimum level, so that the activity or the biodiversity of the beneficial insects will be increasing. That is the concept. Otherwise, if we are not using any astras or repellents in pest management, definitely the harmful insects will take upper hand and will not be able to control them using this beneficial.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Myself, Dr. Marci from DBSK with Apuri.
Yes, sir.
I have one question regarding, you have mentioned that you have developed the mechanical insect removal from store grade phase.
Yes, sir.
What is the mechanism behind that? And second question, that is in many solanus crop like brinjal, tomato, the transgenic concept is going on here.
So I couldn't get actually you are asking about the devices used in store test management. The mechanism behind using the devices in store test management, right, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I will explain, sir. Actually, the program, in the program, actually we recommend this program to place in the store right. The concept is the insects are they love. So in the in the storage bin, you can just place the program inside. Inside the program, there will be app. So for want of that, the insects will go into the hole, and once it enters inside the trap, it will be got trapped with the conical device that is present at the base of the program. So by exploiting the behavior or wandering behavior of insects, and the insects they love to have, not only insects, all the living organisms they need air. So for want of air and by exploiting the behavior, wandering behavior of insects, we are using these traps. And regarding the pitfall mechanism, we all know, like we use for monitoring the soil insects, we use pitfall trap in the soil. The same concept is utilized in this pitfall mechanism also. In the pitfall, we will be placing the traps, the upper surface of the trap will be until it is just matching with the level of drain. So the insects that are wandering, especially the pulse beetles, when it is wandering over the pulses, it will be just reaching this, when it is moving over this pitfall trap, it will be got trapped and collected at the top. So the wandering mechanism as well as the insects love air, these two are the concepts behind using these devices in storage system.
Hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Myself, Ajay Munj from Regional Food Research Station, Benpurla.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what is the strategy for management of thrips in case of this organic or natural farming?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, thrips, especially in chilies, recent days, we are facing thrips species, and it is causing destructive damage not only in chilies, in more some of the vegetables like tomato, where thrips are acting as a vector. So we should be very careful in managing this. So we suggest whenever this thrips are major issue, we suggest to go for placing blue sticky trap. Blue sticky trap attracts most of the thrips. And as a prophylactic measure, because in organic farming or natural farming, we are not allowed to wait till economic threshold level. So as a prophylactic measure, once in 15 days, any of this astros or repellent should be sprayed at 15 days. Once in 15. The same astra or same several insect repellent should not be used. It has to be altered with other astras or several repellent. And if the humidity, if the relative humidity of the particular location is more than 70%, we can very well recommend either Bavarian. Bavarian works well on this when the humidity is more than 70%.
Next. No question, madam. On behalf of Agriculture University Shivamogga and also participants, I extend my warm thanks to the madam to give a lot of information regarding the pest management in natural farming. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir, can I get the feedback from any of the participants whether the session was useful, sir?
Madam, feedback from class, anybody? Madam, whether entomologist has to give feedback or any other discipline?
know whether the session was useful. That's all.
Madam.
Hello, madam, morning. This was a very good presentation, madam. Though I am not a methodology background, I am a soil scientist, but it was like a complete picture from the beginning of what type of pest we can expect and what kind of life cycle they have and where to look for the solution. So you gave very in detail picture for each type of pest like defoliators, sucking pests, root pests and all. And it was a very transparent information, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The only one thing, the last point I want to emphasize here is no single method will be effective in organic or natural farming. The combination of different methods in a compatible manner, like what I have shown in some of the pictures at the last few slides. So this combination of different methods will help in bringing out 100% management of this. So that's it. Thank you very much. Hope you delivered.
1 minute, madam. 1 minute. One more participant is interested to give speaker.
Yes.
Very good afternoon, madam. Madam, you throw a light on especially the starting with how much loss, especially the crop will like nearly around 21% from the pest and 25% from the disease. That is a very important aspect where the losses you given a very important data, and also at the end the useful data, especially the useful insect will nearly around 25%, whereas the harmful insect hardly 25%. That is where the natural farming will one emphasis, and also you told a very important life aspect, especially for scientific community regarding the various pest management of especially the sucking insect, defoliator, borers, and also root feeders from the various measures from herbal insect and also the cultural method. It is very useful for all the scientific community. Thank you very much for giving a lot of information where it is useful for the following of the natural farming. And we appreciate on behalf of all participants. It is a very useful information. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Actually, I have shared the presentation, so if you want, you can get it and then you can use it. And thank you, sir. Thank you for very much for the opportunity provided. And kindly take these messages to the farming community also.
Okay, madam. Madam, 1 minute. Though I requested your presence here for the presentation, but because of your busy schedule as examiner for the other university, though you have presented through online, but it makes us your giving the presentation through offline mode only. So because of that reason, I am thank you. I am very much thankful to you. Madam has also shared her notes through Word format, and also her PPT is also with us. I'll share all of your information what you have sent us to all the participants, madam. And I also share your mail ID and contact number. Whenever they find some difficulty with respect to pest or other pest and disease management in natural farming or in organic farming, definitely they make a call and get the solution from your side, madam. So, madam, on behalf of all of our participants and on behalf of the Kerala Shivapanayaka University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, I wholeheartedly thank you for your nice presentation, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Our resource person to all of our participants, sir. Good afternoon to all the participants. Today we have with us a renowned resource person on IPM, Integrated Pest Management, Dr. Mukesh Sehgal. He is a well-known IPM expert and principal scientist at ICAR, National Research Center for Integrated Pest Management, New Delhi. He had his schooling from Delhi with academic excellence in BSc Honours and Roll of Honour, and is also recipient of book award from Department of Telecommunication, Government of India. He is also recipient of P. Maheshwari Memorial Award from Delhi University. Sir has completed his master and PhD degree from IIRI New Delhi with junior and senior fellowship respectively. and sir has passed his ICR ARS examination with second rank at All India level and joined ARS service at ICR NCIPM, New Delhi. Presently, he is working till today in the same institute. At present, he is a rice team leader, rice crop team leader, and he has worked in basmati rice, traditional rice, and direct seeded rice during the period. And sir has developed IPM toolboxes in all the above rice cropping systems and developed success stories, particularly in Mandya and Shimoga district of Karnataka. Such tools were also developed for Arunachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Sikkim, Tripura, and Mizoram in traditional rice and in basmati rice in western Uttar Pradesh and Haryana. Dr. Mukesh Sehgal sir is serving as ICR scientist for 29 years in various capacities. For the past 1 decade, sir is serving as nodal officer and principal investigator of tribal subplan. We spread across various states, namely Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram, Sikkim, Tripura, Udaipur, and Uttar Pradesh. So, by synthesizing location-specific modules of cereals, pulses, and horticulture crops, the income of tribal farmers was almost doubled. He is also nodal officer of Northeastern Hilly region, and sir has extended the IPM strategies for the 7 states, which enhanced the farmers' income almost 2 times. Dr. Sehgal sir is an accomplished teacher, achiever of excellence, voracious writer, co-editor of Handbook of IPM, published by ICAR, and to his credit, sir is having 7 more books, 20 IPM resource books, and 2 e-books also sir has published, more than 120 research papers, 43 book chapters, and 31 technical and extension bulletins. So, a person with a vast knowledge on the IPM aspect is with us today. Let us all take the opportunity to hear a lecture from our Dr. Mukesh Sehgal sir. Sir, let me request Dr. Mukesh Sehgal sir to deliver a lecture on the topic. Sir, this is our 12 days national training program going on here. This is the 10th day of our training program. The title of the training program is Natural Farming Present Status and Future Prospects. So, our 28 participants are from 6 different SAUs of South India. They are all in the cadre of assistant professor and up to professor cadre participants are here in our training program. We had classes on all the basic aspects of natural farming. Today we are dealing the lecture with respect to pest and disease management and a natural farming system. So, in connection to that, I request Dr. Mukesh Sehgal sir to deliver a lecture on ITCS-based inputs and their importance in natural farming. Sir, please.
Thank you. I'm audible, I hope?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Virenna, I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Audible, sir. Audible.
Good afternoon, friends. Dr. Virenna and other team members and the dear participants. It's a very privilege to have share my experiences on natural farming, especially in ITK, with you people. Actually, I'm at present, I'm in London, but because of my sincere affection to Shimoga University, the University of Agriculture Sciences and Horticulture Sciences in Shimoga, I'm working with I tell you in a brief, I'm working in Karnataka from last 20 years, but with this university, since the university started, I started working with these people, and I have a great affection. I have published so many national and international papers from here, so many research is done. Therefore, I could not say no to them. And so please bear with me that there are a few slides are there. I prepared here only when I came to the place, and then I will add information more to people. So first of all, let's look at here. Nowadays we say, whenever farmer see a pest, first of all, I tell you here what from my experience of 40 years in plant protection, I find whenever we go to farmer asks 10 questions and out of 10 questions, 6 questions are from the plant production. And the majority of them, they are related to plant production. Even agronomical practices are related to them. So therefore, we are using, the farmer, as soon as see the pest, will go to the, you can say, to the pesticide dealer and ask what is the remedy. And the pesticide dealer gives lot of pesticides. As I see in Shimoga and nearby Davangere and other places, Hubli and other places are the same, or in Mandya, I work in these areas where the pesticide dealers are more decisive than the scientists or research workers. So, but now we are training, we are making effort to train the people, train the trainers about this, and so to reduce the pesticide load or pest load, we are nowadays banking upon the IDK. IDK, I hope you understand, is indigenous technical knowledge, or what I added here in indigenous traditional knowledge in the community, local and rural regions. This you can see in Shimoga near area Yelapur very common. We find when we travel to the Yelapur cities, we find they are using lot of indigenous technical knowledge, and we have learned so many from them also for raising the crops. Now, what is the actually, you say indigenous technical knowledge, what is the source? The source are ancestors. The source, the ancestors, those are working, those are raising the crops, and they learn some experience. Just like I told you that in plant protection I'm working for 40 years, and now so many factors we have studied in the pesticide, green pesticide, cultural practices, agronomical practices. Likewise, the earlier when before 1960s, India do not use much of pesticide or chemical fertilizers. It is because of the green revolution only people have created a lot of awareness about the pesticide as well as due to the, let's say, chemical fertilizer. If I tell you one classical example before I go into the of the IDK, I was working in Sikkim for large cardamom, and large amount of pesticide is used. Large cardamom rice, large amount of pesticide is used. But one night it was the message came from the government one night that no pesticide is used from tomorrow. So we start working on it, and we find lot of IDKs we worked out, and we could able to make it. So I find out what is the source of IDK is our ancestors. Those have learned the techniques, those have modified the techniques. Because keep in mind, the farmer is the best scientist I find in the world. Because farmer is working every day, day and night, and those farmers, those are going for you can say, for the pesticide, for the crop raising, they are successful in raising the crops. Yeah, if I give you classical example here, before I forget that ITK is used by, there is a scientist in Hubli named Ramesh Hegde. He is raising the rice crop in 30 hectares. I am giving example of Karnataka because he is living in Karnataka. Otherwise, I have many for example of others. But Ramesh Hegde is a recipient of almost all awards. He is working with us, and from last 30 years he has not used any pesticide, and is raising the crop in 35 to 40 hectare in the Hubli region. And so it means he is not using pesticide, he is using the ITKs. So it means that ITK is one of the best source we have to, you can say, which you can raise the crop. It's not that you cannot raise the crop. So the source of ITK is our ancestors. Those have learned the techniques and their past experiences and experiments. Just like we are also learning from Mr. Ramesh Hegde, what are the techniques we can be raised to use this one. And these ITKs are varies from place to place. Those are used by cities in Yelapur, may not be used by Shimoga people or in Davangere. or in Mandya. I saw few ITK they are also using. So this will vary from place to place, from ancestor to ancestor, from one generation to another generation, and the knowledge spread through the songs. They develop folk song, stories, scriptures. Recently, I was in when I was in Mizoram, I find lot of they will develop the songs which give folk song, which give a message to the farmer that use this technology, use that technology, and use this method, this seed treatment, like that. They will just like they will have. If I tell you in our language, translated language, they say buy these seeds from a good source and you have to have a seed treatment just like you give the vaccine to your kid. Likewise, you give the seed treatment. So, likewise, in Sikkim, I find for rhizome they will also do the same. So, they buy simply the message is passed on, so, or you cut like this, or if some of people will say if the rat is moving, just like in Tripura they say if the rat is moving backward, it means that there will be earthquake will be there. So like that, IDEs will be there. Can you see next slide, please? Can you see slide? So nowadays, using IDK means growing, raising the crop organically. Can you change the slide, please? Next slide. I cannot change from my side.
Sir, change the slide, sir. IT gain.
No, I cannot change. You have to change from your slide.
Sir, change, sir.
No, it's not changed.
So this is the first slide, sir. I struck.
This is the first slide, no? Second, now second.
Okay, sir. Sir, here is visible, sir. Here, sir. Second slide.
Let me check.
What is the ITK, sir? That side.
Next slide. I want next slide.
Why ITK in natural farming, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
I do not see that. I will join again, I hope so. Yeah. Next one. Now let's say, first of all, look at what is natural farming. Natural farming is raising the crops. We are raising the crops. Whatever the things are available at your home, it is available in nature. With no artificial synthesis will be done. No mixing is done. No mixing means not artificial mixing. You can mix the two, just like we can mix in natural farming 10 leaves together, neem leaf, crunch leaf, datura leaf, like that we can do. You might be hearing so, and neemark, like Dakshini, we are hearing a lot of this type of work is there. So, in natural farming, we are using this one and it is zero budgeting. Zero budgeting means farmer is not taking anything from outside, not from pesticide dealer, not from anything. So therefore, we need to have good amount of IDKs to be used in natural farming. Because natural farming, because IDK has a great role and scope. Because IDKs, when we get the knowledge from our ancestors do not have any amount of pesticide available. I told you before 1960, no chemical fertilizer or chemical pesticide was used. So our ancestors, my grandfather, my great grandfather, is only aware of the natural product available first. So therefore, it has a great role and scope because IDKs are always based on natural products. They are not on the any product. Therefore, it is important to have the IDKs in natural farm. Now, just like I told you, second point, avoidance of synthetic chemicals and keep the soil alive. We want that, we don't want to mix any chemical fertilizer, and we, as you know, soil is living object. It has a lot of microorganisms, and so to keep our soil alive means to remain our beneficial insects, beneficial bacteria, beneficial, you can say the microbes, those are available in the soil, they remain there. Because by using, I hope you all are aware, it is an alert. We can say that whenever we use the chemical fertilizers, chemicals, or even seed treatment, we find our certain bacteria or microbes, those are very useful to us, they will be killed. Now, the IDKs, we have a stress on sustainability. We want to see that we have a question mark is that ourselves we have a question mark that natural farming we do not have the sustainability. So to maintain sustainability, we are using the IDKs. And now, moreover, IDK it offers potential to accomplish organic agriculture. Nowadays, keep in mind. India is earning 35,000 crore rupees, not rupees, 34,000 crore dollars from by selling the rice to 17 Muslim countries. But we find the majority of the countries are taking lot of quarantine for us. They are taking our chemical pesticide because they are aware we are using large amount of pesticide. So they are taking large amount of pesticide to avoid to purchase from us. So therefore we need to nowadays to earn money because of our economics in India. We have to have the organic agriculture. India is known in agriculture production we have 324 million tons, and the horticulture production is much more than that. And this much is not required for our population. Though we have a population of 340 million, we have 1.4 billion, we number one in the world, but still we need to have the organic agriculture. Moreover, our 12 to 14% population is we can say have the cancer. What are the other type of cancer? Sometimes we feel that a lady who is not smoking, who is not taking tobacco, but still have the cancer. How? Because large amount of lady, from my point of view, lady is the first who cook the food. She is the first to get the chemical entry first in her body. Because she is lot amount of chemical is used in our vegetables, in our rice. So whenever they are cooking, they are first washing these all things, and the chemicals which are there, if by the way either get inhaled by her or whenever it forms vapor, she inhales that one. So therefore, to accomplish the organic agriculture, organic product, it is very important to have natural farming, and natural farming backbone is ITK. That is very, very much. You might have heard so many lectures now. I know that your training is going from last many days. So you might have heard about natural farming. So natural farming product, you are aware that we must have to have ITK. Can I see the next slide, please? ITK in natural farming. How the natural ITK is used in natural farming? There are many practices of ITK, out of which some of you are used. Pre-sowing practice. Just like I tell you here, one very common practice, agricultural rice. We have learned this from a farmer community, especially in Mandya, in Karnataka. We have learned that, and then this technique I learned in 1998, and then the whole technique, because of working in 17 different states in rice, so this practice which I'm going to explain you was disseminated to the farmers. That is the berine solution. Berine solution, you can say washing. You take 100 liter of water and add 2 kg of common salt, dissolve in it thoroughly, put here certified seed. In that, you can find if the seed are having the disease or you have unripened, they just come up and you can remove. So this is the technique we have used it. And second technique I tell you here one more. Very important which I learned from the, you can say from the Damangiri, that is leaf. If you are traditional rice, those are transplanted rice, and if we have the seven leaves, then you are surprised. The yield will be 25% if you have 25% more if you transplant in the ninth. If you have 9 leaves and transplanted, your 25% yield is less. You are surprised. This is the practice which we got from the farmer. And that we have done scientifically, we have proved it. What technique I am going to tell you in ITK here, we have already proved scientifically also to them. And so first is brine solution, second is the brine solution will raise up your crops easily to remove this one, and that's very, very important. And second, they told us that remove the practice, remove the, you can find, transplant at the seventh stage. That's very, very important. So this is very, very important to know. So then, earlier time, by the way, we have a challenge that the field may not be ready by that time. But nowadays we have learned a technique. From that farmer, I learned a technique that, let's say, how to stop the leaf multiplication or how to increase that. So by borax, you can stop, and by using zinc spray you can increase. So that way, if your field is ready, so this is the ideal practices we can find out. Free sowing practices are there. Soil and water management practices. So no doubt we are using here the soil. We are making our soil alive. Water management, people do not, they say we make slant. Take a slant, make a slant up here, what you can say for water management. We have alternate wetting and drying. That is not, we are not making practice of that. But we have learned from farmer. What you are learning, you may say, it's yes, we are using scientifically. Yes, we are using scientifically. But this is came from ITKs only. So soil and water management is very, very important practice. Make your field or alternative wetting, drying slightly slant. Maybe you have an angle of maybe 3 to 4 degrees. Then the difference, then there will be water management will be possible. Then pest and disease management, we are using neem spray, we are using currant, we are using maua. I think we have the pest and disease management would be possible. Post harvest management, well seen in Korak. I hope Korak is the one place I visited in near Shiboga, a tribal farmer. What they do, they take a house room, I find, a room is there, and they store their rice there. But they put lot of you can say neem leaves. They put lot of neem leaves, and other leaves are available. I remember at the moment. So they put lot of their natural products leaves there and store for one complete year. That's very, very, so for us, harvest technology is also very, very important in ITK we are using. Next slide, please. ITK in good germination. Now let's look at the good germination. I told you the example of rice. Now look for the other crops also. Now you can see, and this is what I am going to give you an example, all example of natural farming. Radish seeds are sown in overnight buttermilk. So use radish seed, radish you have grown, and they soak overnight in buttermilk before sowing. So before you sow the radish seed, you just have to now just soak in the overnight, and then first of all wash it, clean it, put in the buttermilk, and before sowing, and now don't wash it again. That's very, very important. So buttermilk you do it. Cooker milk seeds are kept embedded in the fresh cow dung. Now you take the cooker milk seeds and they are embedded in our fresh cow dung and the cow dung ball. We then bury deep in the soil for better germination. That's very, very important that you take in fresh cow dung. That's right. Keep in mind The basic principle what I can see here, lot of ammonia gas is released here, and those are seed, you can say seed pathogens are there, they are killed by the fresh cow. Everything has a logic, you can say that. So you take the cooker bed seeds, embed it in fresh cow dung, prepare a ball-like structure around them, and then bury it in soil for better germination. It will better in germination. Then we have a good germination. 5 to 9% germination is increased simple by doing this. Then in desert area, chickpea is sown behind camel, down plough, in sand dunes areas. So it is very difficult to grow any crop in the desert area. But we saw, if you want to grow chickpea is now we know is a late crop. And whenever it is sown behind camel, down plough, in the sand dune soil, it will be very easy to, you can easily germination. So cut end of the sugar sets and plastered with a mixture of honey, ghee, and fats of ox and cow dung. So that's very important. You take whenever you want to grow the sugar cane, you want to sets are plastered with a mixture. This is the consortium. Consortium is preparing honey, ghee, and the fats of ox and cow. You prepare it and then you do it, you find rate of germination will be faster. So faster as well as good germination. So in all the practice, you're able to see these are, you can say after sowing, you will before sowing you do it, and after sowing you get the result. Next slide please. Now wheat is important pest. If I tell you here, India is suffering from, according to Niti Aayog, where I am a member of the committee, what we estimated 1,30,000 crore rupees lost every year due to pests. And due to weeds, it is 33%. You can guess it. Means more than, you can say, means more than 40,000 crore. More than 40,000 crore loss is due to weeds only. And moreover, the total pest, including weed, if I talk 18% is average loss. Not many. Average loss is 18% we have. So, but the weed is the main important. Weed causes 33% loss, insect causes 26% losses, whereas disease causes 24% losses, and remaining is 15-16% losses due to our rodents, post-harvest, nematodes, etc. So weed is the most important pest. Therefore, I just took first the weed and how you can manage by ITK. Now what you do, apply the neem seed kernel at the rate neem seeds at the 40 kg per acre as a basal to get more yield as compared to the equal quantity of neem gel to control weed growth. So this much means neem seeds are able to here you have the able to manage the weed production. So they are not killer, they are repellent. They do not allow, they do not give much of space for oxygen to so that the weed may not be able to multiply. So cultivation of sun hemp or dhencha help to control the nut grass weeds. This is, keep in mind, dhencha crop is, if I just forget, before I forget, I tell you here, green manuring we are doing with the dhencha crop, and we are doing the dhencha crop in green manuring in rice. I had not recommended this in the traditional rice, but because the Shimoga is a bowl of rice with rice. But in our North India, we recommend the green Saxonia sisu, the dhencha crop, to help to increase the fertility. And moreover, we have here a Bakani disease which is controlled by this one, and no doubt, grass, Cyprus rodentus is a notorious pest, which can also be controlled by this. Now, you have certain crop growth promoters are also there. 5% fermented coconut milk solution, that is 1 liter in 20 liter of water mix and use as a growth promoter. Please excuse me, I'm not going to tell you any chemical things. I'm telling you what is naturally available. Which is naturally available, that is ITK only and natural farming. So you can say you are hearing many things that is natural farming nowadays becoming popular, but these techniques we are using from the old time. 5% fermented coconut milk. Coconut is very much available in your Shimoga and Karnataka region. And 1 liter in 5 liter of water mix and use as a growth promoter. If you spray them, it will be growth promoter. This to be sprayed 10 to 15 days after your what? After your transplant. In the transplanted crop is very much used. Then goat dung. Goat dung, 5 kg, goat urine, 5 kg, goat milk, 2 kg, goat curd, 2 liter. This is not told, I hope, in your natural farming. Ghee 1 liter, sugar, there are other contents are there. But this was not told to you. So this all when you mix them together and after 20 days it is used as what is growth promoter. So these mixture, this consortium I can talk about, they just you can see lot of good consortium is there. This is one, this technique I got it from the Yelapur. From the Yelapur these people are using this one and they, though they nowadays that the board is very available there I saw, but they have this technique was told by the cities to me, and this is utilized and we find it in difference. Can you have next slide, please? Mulching. Mulching is very common nowadays. You are doing, we are telling you that I'm trying to stress upon the techniques which we are using for normal practice, but we are using ITK. What are ITKs are there? So now 3 leaves of currants, ammonia and fernand and paddy straw used as a material. This covers the soil moisture conservation and simultaneously keep the soil cool which provide favorable conditions. So these three leaves, currant, ammonia and paddy straw, we will take it, mulch it, we will find out the soil moisture is conserved and simultaneously keep the soil cool, which provide the favorable conditions to germinate, to multiply microbes, and all this is possible. Then these mulches act as organic matter to enhance the crop. So this is very, very important. But it is also effective for weed management. Free sowing weeds are easily controlled by this. And moreover, before I forget, I tell you here also, because side by side I keep on telling you, in paddy, in rice, I use this technique in your Damangiri and Shimoga, in direct city rice also, that we have taken the straw bundle. It's not the technique, the slide I'm showing, I'm showing the extra. The straw bundle will charged with the spiders, and we have thrown at different places in the rice field, and you will find out that these will control easily these stem borers. Then we have next is the ITK rice. ITK rice, let me see, common salt is dissolved in water. I told you common salt is dissolved in water, sprayed in rice field for controlling major weeds. For major weed controlling management of the major weed, we will spray this one. But this technique we find that this technique really find is difficult with sodic soils. It changes to sodic soils, so therefore we do treatment much of people, but this is ITK was used in the rice. Now to prevent the lodging, the rice crop at the maturity, the maturity, the one of the most common, you can say constraint is that there is a lodging takes place. And so to avoid the lodging, what we do, the upper portion of rice plant is cut with the help of sickle. This is very commonly I learned from Tripura, from Dhalai region, that we cut the rice plant. There is lodging is very common, and so we cut by the help of sickle. And after 2 months of transplanting, excess growth of rice is checked due to pit. This cutting, lower part will become very strong, and then later on it gives you can say a good amount of the panicles. So therefore, because keep in mind, just like in leaf folder, if you get a leaf folder in rice, don't do anything. Don't do. Simple, take a, I said take a rope and move along. And you find the leaves which are diseased, they will fall down. And we need not to worried about this. So the leaf holder, we even if have a lot, 5 to 7%, you will have the pest population. You need not to much worried about. There will not be much be lost. Next slide, please. So you see in the nourishing in the rice. This is to find out the practice में direct seed rice. Lowland in Odisha, MP, Bihar, West Bengal, UP to control weeds, optimize the crop stand and to provide the soil aeration. This is very common when we do bushings of the in rice. Cross flowing real crop 4 to 6 weeks after sowing with the light country flow in 5 to 10 centimeters standing water once or twice depending upon the density of the weeds and crop state. If there are too many weeds are there, it follows flying. That very cross flowing is very common we do. And therefore what I here in my all experiments in all different states, what I did it, I had implemented the line sowing. If you see Karnataka, you can find out people don't much worried about the line sowing. They go here and there. But what we make a practice, then we will make a line sowing. We recommended two things is very sincerely to the farmer. One is that line sowing. Second is they what they do that they clean their crop, their fields, but they don't clean their bunds. So we told them, and you find the pest will remain hibernate in the weeds, and but it is very difficult. So as soon as the crop is good, the insect will transmit there and start feeding on that. So what we do, we clean, we remove all the weeds from the bunds. So I also recommend to you, please do these things, line sowing as well as bunting, and we have the cross sowing is very important to do. Cross sowing is only possible whenever you do have a line sowing. Next. I did in different cultivation practices. Next. Now, zoom cultivation, slash and burn cultivation is shift cultivation. Zoom cultivation, you know, is not very common in Karnataka, but is very common in our northeastern region. So, but it is now it is well suited whenever there is a heavy rainfall, like Meghalaya. We have in Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh. This is very well suited this technique. The trees are slashed and burned, and the seeds are sown after one first rainfall. That's very important. You first of all, wherever you have rainfall is trees are slashed and burned, and the seeds are sown only after the first rainfall. That's very important. As is ITK they say, after cultivation for 2-3 years, field goes into fallow. Because you cultivation, you know, after 2-3 years the field has to go fallow. Then farmer moves on to the next plot or the forest area to protect the soil and allow builders the nutrients. That's very important. The June cultivation is also, don't think this is a tradition. This is ITK. They told that whenever there is a rainfall is there, the soil will move from one place to another. Soil erosion is there. So that to avoid the soil erosion, you can easily control, because due to soil erosion there is a loss of fertility. So to make the fertility intact, to give, because the less amount of fertilizer they apply. So therefore, what we do, we will control this the fertility by constructing the contour bunds often, and they reduce the soil bud disease also reduced. So by zoom cultivation, we find out first of all you do burn the tree, and then the sown after first rainfall, and then move to your field not after 4-5 years, after the normally June cultivation say 5 years, but the ITK recommend 2 to 3 years, go to fallow and then move to the next plot, and then to avoid the soil erosion, you make the contour bunds. Next. Terrace or bund cultivation. Now we practice in the valleys and foothills. This is following in the Meghalaya region we have. This is a village, a small village, Nogo, we have here, Meghalaya. Where we find out these practices, these terrace or bund cultivation practices, we are dwelling in footprints. Bench these terraces and made across the slope. It's very important. The vertical interval is not more than the not more than 1 meter. This helps. What this help? This help again to avoid the soil erosion and retain the rainwater in the rain harvest. Basically, it is used for rain harvesting, and because water runoff influence, so it can control. And it is widely crops are the grow rice and turmeric are very basic. Rice and turmeric, and one more point I tell you here. If you go to Sikkim, they grow rice and here rice followed by ginger and whereas if you go to the Arunachal Pradesh, they go for rice and turmeric. In Meghalaya, they go for rice and black turmeric. So they will have crop rotation also they will do. Next. Now irrigation practices, you have a bamboo drip irrigation. This is now you find out bamboos are divert water from the parental springs and on the hilltops to the lower reaches by gravity, simply used to irrigate the betel leaf or black pepper crops. Black pepper is also very common you have in the area and you have a command area also in that. This is also can be practiced easily that by because it is economical. If you are not using we are avoiding polymers. You have polymer pipes. So to avoid polymer pipes, we use the bamboo this way easily. I hope you know bamboo will have the hole, so this can be possible. 18 to 20 liters of water entering the bamboo pipe system per minute get transported to several hundred meters and finally get reduced to 20 to 80 drops per minute at the side of the plant. So it becomes like a sprinkler pottery. So it is mostly used in the winter as the soil in Meghalaya has lower water holding capacity. So you can also use where we have lower water holding capacity. This can also be used. Next slide. So I begin soil fertility management. That is very in Madhya Pradesh soil fertility is renewed by using made up of cotton, sheep goat. You have sheep or goat and camel facial pellets. You add up this, so you need not to use the chemical fertilizers. By using this is natural fertilizer you can have. You can have wood ash. You can have use animal urine, cow urine. You can have any buffalo urine can be used for that because and growing nitrogenous fixing leguminous crops intermix with the crop diseases and oilseeds. This is very common practice we are following in Madhya Pradesh that we between the you can say either in crop rotation we will have rice, wheat and then nitrogenous fixing crops are there, soybean, etc. they grow or they will have the wheat and soybean crop rotation. So like that we can have this. So now allowing the certain local region and xerophytic plants, like this example I given to you, to grow undisturbed, maintaining adequate, you can say, the tree population. So this is what is important to know. Is that soil fertility either by using the dung, means your cow dung, etc., or urine, or raising the leguminous crops, or wood ash will help in making the efforts. So this is a way you can maintain your soil fertility. Next. Bejampli, Jivapli is what you are hearing right now. Now, ancient Tamil text widely quoted the use of calotropis, Boboria, Zilthers, Tetropa, Amorphia, and Dodra species to use as a green manure. That's very common. These days, from olden days, we know that you can also try to use it in your Karnataka and other places, that these plants you can prepare. This is only neem or for Dakshini we are preparing, and that nowadays people are saying that in natural farming they are using. This is all from olden days they are doing here very commonly. Crop rotation and intercropping, I told you already, which restore the soil fertility level easily. So that will be easily done with this. Now, ants, earthworms, and frogs are used to improve. Now, earthworm, recently I saw in London, I was in the park, lot of earthworms are there, we could see in our daily life, in Delhi also, but nowadays no earthworm I saw in Delhi or in many other places here, and now frogs, but but by introducing the vermiculture technique, we have developed entrepreneur in not in Tripura. There is a which is selling the you are surprised. We lakh rupees that form in a month. That is very surprising to all of us. In Pondicherry, I also have a unit of earthworm vermiculture, which is also selling the good amount. And 50 paisa each earthworm is there. People are buying, lot of demand is there. He has hundreds of units of earthworm vermiculture. So it can be now in the game. So earthworm because it improves the soil physical property also. FIM is also used to add nutrients and to the soil and we will maintain the organic matter content, especially carbon. Organic carbon maybe we need to improve by because organic carbon becoming much it is required to be less one. It is one, but we are getting less than much less 0.5 something is recorded here. But your Karnataka you are little same. It is in comparison to other part of the country. I find in Karnataka the soil organic content is good, but still we need to provide something. Next. So now, you say jet technique is combined with water harvesting and targeted application of the organic amendments, cattle manuring, millet straw, etc. used by the small pits, ducks and hardening the soil. It increases water retention. The technique is called water retention and captive soil is from Kerala the technique, right? And it is the effective restoring the soil fertility. It is it is practiced initially practiced from the Omega, Fresnel, Scales, America, but now it is in Kerala is also much more practiced. Next. Indigenous practice for the water harvesting. This water harvesting is very important. I find in Karnataka also we have the very much the water is not available at a particular time. So therefore we are entering into from transplanted rice to direct seeded rice also. But now floor, the house water is in pond is collected from the rainfall and seepage. To prevent inflow of decay of about a meter of height is constructed surrounding this poultry planting and the bank to stabilize the banks. Fish may be raised in this one area. So this is the one you get water harvesting technique could be applied. Next. So cross-gen irrigation, same that we have cross-gen irrigation. The techniques are people used to store water for fish culture and raising ducklings. But now we by doing this catchment area will be increased. Eventually we have to cross them in Chittor, the tracks of the Bangladesh we are using these big fish is very common there. But we are falling in Calcutta in the 24 Parganas also. Next. So pest and disease management, Tulsi, I hope you know Tulsi is very common. I don't know the exact name what is there, but Tulsi is we give in North India. So this is the you can control the blast of rice. So Tulsi just crushed and your 100 leaves I find and if you crush in the 1 liter of water and sprayed, blast of rice is easily controlled. This is well known fact. We are practicing the same. Management of insects, potash, guava is also done with the help of your Tulsi. Methi is another one which is also in control the insect. Similar methi is also we have a green leaf where it maintains the fruit borer population growth. Kerosene oil to control the ant in climber or to control termite. We are using the kerosene oil. So that kerosene oil will be poured into that. We find out there will be or just put on trunk of that. And nowadays I able to control. I use copper sulfate, but this copper sulfate you need to purchase from the or chuna. if you have in tuna at your home, then that limestone can be, you put on the tree trunks, then your lemon tree is easily managed by the disease, especially phytophthora. Next. So castor oil control the white fly in cotton. Cotton is very common in your area. I'm sure another area will have cotton. So white fly is very popular in that area, but best it can be controlled managed by spraying castor oil, and it is 3 to 4% castor oil prepared in our some emulsifier. So that is sprayed, it will be easily controlled. Store gain pest in pigeon pea can be easily managed by the castor oil. Chilies, dry chili smokes can be used for the rat control of weeds. Rat is very popular. Rodents are very popular in our area. So if you take the dry chili, burn it, and because of that, lot of sneezing. Rats do lot of sneezing and do not enter in that area, and tell his friends also not to enter in that particular area. Next slide. So Madhar, Calotropis is the one. Calotropis is normally in our India, North India, when our childhood people say it is poisonous. So don't touch it. But later on I find I work for a lot of time for this Calotropis, and I find that it used to prevent the attack of thrips in the paddy nursery. Paddy nursery, if you have this, so therefore seed treatment or sometimes spray of the Calotropis paste will manage this one. So it manages these pests also in ginger, cotton also, chickpea nowadays also they are using, and nowadays sometimes for nematode management also we are taking the Calotropis seed paste. Lemon able to control your helicate caterpillar, and aphid in the cotton also by lemon spray. You prepare the and you are surprised, lemon soda we say, lemon soda is not a water, lemon soda you spray, you are able to control the caterpillar and aphids in the cotton. Onions are there, red onion, especially used for the pest and disease management in maize. Even I saw nowadays we are using fall armyworm management also we are doing with the help of onion spray. Pest management in the sugarcane is also done with the help of the onion. So I am telling you these are ITKs. People say ITKs and that they are in natural form. Next. So good or sugar in control insect in cotton. Now control of pods in pigeon pea by the good or sugar is possible. They become sticky and they are not able to multiply. So therefore, this can be easily managed. So jacids in cotton as well as now helicoverpa in the pigeon pea can be managed easily by the good or sugar. Spray. Salt. Now control of wind in the pigeon. So and control of Khara disease in the paddy can be easily controlled by common salt. By common neem K used for we are using for the termite control, and use of aphid in mustards by neem based system. Neem seed kernel extract is nowadays very common. I really tell you here, these all techniques you are going to follow, if you follow at all, then depending upon the economic threshold level. That's very important. Don't stay as such, don't use your resources as such. Next slide. So ash is common. Ash is used as insecticide. You might have seen that the broadcast, the ash, and for the management of the root feeders, they will be easily ash can be easily controlled because they do not give space for proper breathing, and moreover they get accumulated in their thorax and therefore they will be killed. And the dura is able to now manage the stem borer in rice, the dura powder, or the dura, you can say 12 to 14% the dura, you can say solution, aqua solution will able to, and with water, is able to manage the stem borer in rice. And management of insect in food crops, we have fruit borers, etc. also can be managed by the cultivator. Tobacco solution can be used to manage the aphids and whiteflies and other pests in our mustard crops or important crops. Next. Next, look at this is very important. ITK and post-harvest management drying. It is a traditional method for reducing soil moisture content of the grain. Right? Spread. You spread your grains on the floor, on the concrete floor. Keep in mind, in dry shoot while working with Dr. Naik, I find out whenever we take lot of chili production was there. But when we try to dry it, anthracnose disease came. And me and I was very stunned. So what I have that? So why we are getting less money when the lot of production is there. So we find, so next year onwards, we find the farmer had sprayed on the non-concrete floor. So Naik told that, Dr. M. Naik told that, no, you use the concrete. And then we sprayed sometimes polythene sheet even on the concrete to get the best price. And we succeeded. With the production was increased due to IPM in 500 hectare area, and moreover, that will become a good success story. Me and I had published it. So please remember that is one good technique you have. So, but always look for the disease may not enter in the post-harvest. So therefore, it is a traditional method for reducing the soil moisture content of the grain. And now, method of sun drying is very important. Field drying, heat the field itself, panicle drying, drying on mat, I told you that, and pavement drying is very important. So all are important, but you have to monitor, or you equip the farmer to monitor it properly, that they may not get some extra disease. Next slide, please. So threshing, by beating the grains using a fail of the threshing floor, that is very important. Making donkey or oxen walking circle on the grain on a hard surface. Yes, sir, right. You have to take donkeys mainly to walk in a circle on the grain on a hard surface. They will be able to do your job easily. So by using the threshing board, you can do it, no doubt, but you can beat on the floor, or by donkeys you can easily reduce your labor cost. Mud bin storage, right? That's very important. Mud bin storage is very important to us to store our, in spite of taking plastics, in spite of taking polymers for our store bin, in spite of taking steel, iron, brass, the batteries we see in the mud bin storage is very important. So therefore, mud bin storage you can save, or if you want to store the grains, especially, you can store no doubt the vegetables also, but if you want to store the grain, mud bin storage is very important. Wooden box storage. You can have a wooden box storage, for example, storage of vegetable seeds. That is very important. You store the vegetable seeds with the cow dung. That is very important. And or you can store the paddy also in wooden box, but not with the cow dung, simply in wooden box. Next. Now panchganna. From panchganna, you know that what is that composition? You might have heard about ghee, milk, curd, cow dung, and cow urine. This is what application 3%, that is 3 kg in 100 liter of water is best dose for application. In acre of land, 6 liter panchganna will be applied. Because this panchganna provides the nutrient to the plant, it gives resistance to the plant to fight against insects. So panchganna is very important. It can be easily prepared because they say desi cow is must for natural forms. And that desi cow, we get the ghee, milk, curd, cow dung, and cow urine. You mix them, prepare a consortium, 3% to take that one, and that composition might be told. I not just much told you this one. Otherwise, it is better to tell you that this will give you provide these nutrients as well as those insecticides. Next slide. The low budget fish when they groups they are effective for crops. So in Tamil, this is the extract we have here. Our fish growth hormone is method for practicing by this. This is a success story I am going to tell you here from that particular area, Kanyakumari district. They use the hormone for their paddy. This has several farming village group method for vouch efficiency of controlling pests and the crop growth. If one has to use a chemical spray for an acre, nearly spend 15 to 2,000, but hardly spend 5 to 10 rupees per equal month. So you can manage simply when Jamna is one, you take the when you can use the fish hormone, you can control the pest and you can use the pest and pesticide. Next. Conclusion. I can conclude by stating that IDK based practices offers its potential to accomplish organic agriculture, where biological methods are adopted for farming, keeping away from inputs. Indigenous techniques, so meaning these techniques make you healthy, make earth healthy, make plant healthy. So IDK based practices will be pertaining the concept of biodynamics and natural farming, where the soil health building process is left to the nature as the inputs of IDK are drawn from the product of soil and returned to the soil. Is the why we, I say the last, why we, when in Hindus, when we, or why in Muslims, or why in Christians, we say that either buried in the soil or your ashes will be poured into the Gangas. Why? Because we wish that whatever we got from the earth, they simply to return back. So similarly like that, whatever you, if you use, whatever you take from nature, use from nature and return back to that. So I wish that you remain healthy and your family remain healthy. And next slide you see here, we say that locally grown organic food puts Mother Nature in a better mood. That's very, very important lesson we have learned from this. And I hope the last slide you can see. Next class. Thank you very much for listening. Just like I have drawn, I put this also the natural farming I put down. Because I wish that this type of your buckets you prepare in natural farming to raise your crop healthy and to remain you healthy, because it is need of ours. We are spending more money, approximately 29% budget is done on the health, right? Because of us, because of the, you can say, mistake of ours, and our generation is suffering because we wish to increase that our policies, that we wish to increase the education policy, we wish to give more money in education, but we need to spend on more money on the health. Therefore, I wish that if we use these such techniques, actual techniques or disseminate techniques, I hope we will be in a better position. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions? One or two questions will be taken. Excuse me,
hello sir, in the management of plants, you have mentioned some of the salt and fruit extract. What are the concentrations in the management of Kaira disease and result to which you recommended salt? Like what concentration you have to be used?
hello sir.
I didn't get the question.
Sir, sir, for management of wilt disease in region P, you have recommended salt.
I'm not recommended with ITK. Yes, ITK. I have not recommended. This is keep in mind. This is one. You are right. That is the salt can be done with the wind. We are using nowadays. I tell you here technique is there for wind. We are going for BT. In nature we get a BT, right? And in BT multiplication we need a little bit about a sodium soil. So therefore we say that if you add the salt in that one, that will reduce the wind. Just you try. I am not scientifically speaking. There is some ITK words.
But the dosage we don't know, sir.
No, we don't know.
Any other questions?
If you know any IT case, you can also discuss with sir. Additional IT case. Sir, that's the only one question asked by one of our participants. Any more questions? Yes, sir. Are you having any question? Come, please come. Sir, with this, there are no questions, sir. Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Sir, 1 minute, sir, 1 minute. Sir, I am very sorry. You started the class early in the morning by sitting at London. So I am not leaving you to stay there. In spite of your busy schedule, you could come over for the presentation, and on behalf of all the participants and on my personal behalf and also on behalf of the University of Agriculture and Horticulture Sciences, I wholeheartedly thank you for your very good presentation for the benefit of all our participants. Thank you very much. Thank you. Manage National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Dr. N. Balasubramani. Sir is having almost 3 decades of experience in the field of extension research and academics. He served in various capacities. Presently, Dr. N. Subramani sir is working as director and heading the Center for Climate Change and Adaptation in Manage. And of late, the ministry has recognized Manage as the nodal organization and knowledge repository for promoting natural farming in the country, and has a center head and director at Manage. Dr. Balasubramani sir is promoting natural farming under the National Mission on Natural Farming. Sir is most of the time involved in capacity building programs. He has expertise in the field of climate change, agricultural extension, urban agriculture, market-led extension, and he has conducted more than 250 capacity building programs at national level to the senior and middle level extension functionaries on these aspects. And all of you might have heard of DESI program, which is going on in all the SAUs. He is the person instrumental for implementation of innovative program, namely Diploma in Agricultural Extension Services for Input Dealers, that is DESI program. He is the principal coordinator for that program for more than 1 decade. And through that program, he has trained almost more than 30,000 input dealers with 788 branches spread across 20 states with the help of different nodal training institutes at SAUs and in other public organizations. And now the trained input dealers are acting as para-extension professionals, and they are transferring the good agricultural practices to the farmers, like a para-extension workers. So, sir is also involved in implementing innovative program, namely Certified Farm or Livestock Advisor program at national level to enhance the competency of the extension professional both in public as well as in private sector in various crafts and enterprises to create a cadre of expertise across agriculture, horticulture and animal husbandry sector to enable them to deliver better advisory services of farming community. So, sir, this is our national training program going on here with the title National Training Program on Natural Farming, Present Status and Future Prospects. In this program, we have 28 participants from 6 different SAUs of South India. We have a multidisciplinary team of scientists starting from agronomy, soil science and plant protection specialists like entomologists, pathologists, soil scientists, including extension and economic scientists are also involved in this program, sir. Till today we had some knowledge about natural farming practices and their principles and its adoption. We had also discussion with the natural farming practicing farmers. We had been to their field. So these things we have learned in almost 10 days program out of 12 days training program. So today I thought after hearing all the lectures from various speakers in our previous 10 days programs, it is better to deliver a lecture on how best we can promote the natural farming practices to the farmers field. So with that intention, I put up a lecture on strategies for promoting natural farming, learning from the farmers' fields. So because Andhra is the one state who has also demonstrated a lot of zero budget natural farming practices in the farmers' field. And Manage has also done some wonderful work with respect to collection of information from the farmers' field. With that intention, I requested Dr. Balasubramani sir to deliver a lecture on this topic. He has readily accepted our invitation and he is with us to deliver a talk on the aspect. So, sir, on behalf of the University of Agriculture, Horticulture Sciences and on behalf of all the participants, I request you to please deliver a lecture on the topic strategies for promotion of natural farming. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a nice introduction. Good afternoon. First, shall I take our IT person has come. Shall I try once from our side? That will be more convenient. Shall I try?
Okay, sir. You can try.
Can you start sharing there from side? Because that will be more. I am unable to see this screen.
Yes, you can present, sir.
Hello. Sir, I think here is a problem. Kindly, sorry for the trouble. It's also finding it difficult. Shall I close it?
Yes, sir. You stop sharing, sir. Please share. Sir, slides are visible, sir?
Yes, come, yeah.
Visible, sir?
Yes, yeah. But it is not in slideshare mode, so that is okay for me, no problem.
But it's here a full slide, sir. Full screen, huh?
But here it is showing as a this slideshare.
Okay, sir. You can continue, sir. We will move.
Yeah. Kindly take it next slide.
Next slide, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Sorry for the I think some technical issues. Respected Dr. HK IDP Nodal Officer National Farming, and all the faculty members and scientists from different universities and ICAR organization. Good afternoon. I am very happy to interact with you because the introduction, it was informed that managers been recognized by Government of India as a nodal organization for promoting the natural farm, especially for the technical the extension point of view. So we are recognized as nodal organization and knowledge repository for promoting the natural farming. As a result, we are conducting many programs. 15th to 17th, I think some of you might have been heard about our program. We are conducting at the national level workshop for documentation, completing success stories on natural farming. So anybody is having already documented success stories, you are most welcome. We will be giving your airfare, travel expenditure, everything. Next week we are conducting this 15th to 17th. We are conducting this program. Similarly, we all will require your support also. Maybe probably in the month of February, we are planning to have one national level workshop for compiling all the package of practices in agriculture and allied sectors. Whatever especially with regard to natural farming. I think here are from the ICAR Institute and also SAUs. If you are working on natural farming, any package of practices already developed, we want to compile the package of practices and various agroecological situations. So we will be communicating. I will take a list of participants who are here now. So we will be communicating. If you are working, definitely we will invite you for this workshop. So with this, as I told, when Government of India has nominated designated manager rural organization.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, it's echo. There are two files open, sir.
No, only one file is there.
But it's becoming echo, sir. Here.
Only one file is there. Yes.
Okay, sir. You can. Okay.
Now also you are getting echo.
Okay, sir. You can continue.
Okay. So we thought, after recognizing your designating managers in nodal organization, we just taken one quick study wherever there is a natural farming is conducted. We have taken 5 states, one in Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and also Orissa. Quick survey we made because Ministry wanted to have some report on natural farming. What is happening, how it is happening, what is the purpose, the perception of the farm. And based on that, actually, we interacted with the farmer and understood what is their problem, what is their solution to promote natural farming. Based on that study, I make a small presentation here. Can you please move on to next slide, sir? Next slide, please.
Sir, slides not moving, sir.
No, not moving. Yeah, it has moved, but it has, yes. No, previously. Maybe lagging, okay, yeah. Maybe some internet lagging will be there. So this is the, based on the study, we understood that the Andhra Pradesh is having a lot of larger area, almost 6.2 lakh farmers are doing natural farming with 2.88 lakh hectare, and Gujarat is having 1.81 lakh farmers with 0.8 lakh hectare, and Himachal 1.6 lakh farmers are doing natural farming in 0.13 lakh hectare. So other two states we did not get a database with regard to total area. And farm size also, average farm holding is whatever the study area, the average area was 2.84 acres, the study areas, out of which the farmers those who are practicing natural farming, they are not practicing in entire area. So portion of the area they were cultivating natural farming. 1.77 acre per farmer were only cultivating the natural farming, and that means still the farmers are not totally convinced to go for switching over to entire area for natural farming. So still they have some constraints, some problems. They are facing some challenges in switching over to entire area. And most of the farmers, those who are doing natural farming, they were all small and marginal farmers. More than 91% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. And more than 94% of the interviewed farmers, they were telling that the cost of cultivation was reduced almost 50% in various cropping systems. Because from Andhra Pradesh to Himachal, we have seen either an apple and vegetable growing area in mango or vegetable growing in Andhra Pradesh, or millet in pulses in Odisha and Gujarat. In most of the cases, they were telling that the cost of cultivation has been reduced more than 50%. Next slide, sir. No, it has gone to 3/4 slide. Previous, yeah. Average area, yes, you can see here. That is whatever they have presented in the pictorial this thing. Next slide, sir. Next slide. Next slide. Here, what is the, sir, actually you can check from your side also, any two system is open, because in my system, only one system is open here. Okay, if echo is coming there, otherwise there is no problem for me here. And see, mechanism adopted in promotion of natural farming. In every system, you all know that I think from Andhra Pradesh also they might have been discussed. ROSS is the institutional mechanism they are implementing in natural farming. In Gujarat, Atma is the major system they are implementing. Himachal similarly, entire extension system, that is Atma, is promoting natural farming. And Odisha, it is implemented through NGO, largely through NGO. And extension advisory services, if you see, mainly in ROSS, they are community resource person. They are engaging the farmer as a extension contact, that is they call it as a community resource person at different level, and also master trainer. They are using the community farmer as a farmer to farmer led extension is a major focus in the ROSS in Andhra Pradesh. In case of Atma, mainly farmer friend, because you know that there is every 2 villages there is a farmer friend, and Atma is using farmer friend as one of the tools for promoting this natural farming. And in Himachal also, mainly entire extension activities of Atma is promoting natural farming only. And similarly in Odisha, mainly CRPs are engaged for promoting natural farming. And other extension activities we see in ROSs mainly, they have worked with the groups. Initially, they started with a group approach through SHGs because SHG concept is more in South and especially in Andhra Pradesh. And the SHG is they can leverage the formation of FSGs and the strength of the FSGs. And more than 90% of the farmers who practice natural farming are the members of the SHG in Andhra Pradesh. In case of Gujarat, mainly you know that the capillary activity of Atma, mainly the training, demonstration, farm school, exposure visit, and melas, whatever the capillary activities of Atma, they are utilizing for promoting the natural farming. And also, they are using 1,200 public transport for giving a large scale publicity in Andhra Pradesh. They use the Gujarat State Road Transport Corporation and more than 1,200 buses. They have given the advantage of natural farming and the benefits of natural farming. They use the public, so they reach for the farmers and the public, especially public consumption of natural products. It is more in Gujarat. Himachal Pradesh, as I told, all the Atma capillary activities are used for promoting natural farming. And self-help group, especially group approach is taken as one of the tools for promoting natural farming. And they created a separate media cell for wider scale publicity also in Himachal. And in Odisha, they were tie-up with the traders for marketing because when we interact with the farmers, they say the problem is marketing because the consumer, they cannot distinguish whether it is organically grown or a natural product or conventional farming product. So they made a tie-up with the traders and the FPOs. Even Odisha Millet Mission, they have a tie-up with the Odisha Millet Mission for distributing and distribute to the consumers. That is the strategies they adopted in promoting the natural farming in these states. Next slide. So if you see the extension activities, mainly you see the farmer to farmer contact, that is or the personal contact they used more compared to the other areas, like village level meeting. Extensively in all these states, they focus more on village level, one-to-one contact, convincing the farmer, taking them to the field visit, exposure visits, and training, conducting workshop, and also conducting demonstration. And social media, most of the Atma people, they have started this WhatsApp group, and they used to contact all the farmers and disseminate every monthly, weekly messages related to, they address their problems through WhatsApp group. And these are all some of the major extension activity they were conducting. So this was more effective to convince the farmers. Next slide, please. And if you see the incentives, in most of the cases where we studied, they are promoting some kind of incentives. In case of Himachal, the farmers are given 8,000 rupees for practicing natural farming, for especially for cow line. So to collect the cow urine and also for preparation of the bio stimulants and all. So they were the farmers are given some incentives of 8,000 rupees for each farmer for cow side, and also 25,000 rupees for as a subsidy for purchasing the desi cow. Because they are promoting desi cow, but most of the farmers, they do not have a desi cow. So each farmer who are promoting natural farming, they are given 25,000 rupees. In Gujarat also, they are giving around 9,000 rupees per month if they are keeping desi cow for promoting natural farming. As a result, almost 1.84 lakh farmers have been covered under natural farming under this house scheme. Similarly, preparation of NF inputs. So 10,000 rupees for establishing Sansthan Bandar. That means wherever there is a big farmer, they are unable to keep the animals. So they suppose the enough input if they want to produce. They do not have a cow, they cannot keep because of the labor problem and other things. So they are promoting some kind of rural enterprises. Any self-help group or entrepreneur, entrepreneur who is interested in preparing these kind of bio inputs or NF input, they have been given a incentive of 10,000 rupees. At the village level, they can prepare and sell it to the people who wanted to practice natural farming and do not have a basic cow. Similarly, around 2,250 rupees or 60% of subsidy for farmers for buying drums also. Suppose if they want to prepare a Jivamrut and all, so for 60 up to 250 rupees for purchasing drums they have given. And in Odisha, 2,000 rupees as a direct benefit transfer to buy and prepare NF input. And in Andhra Pradesh also initially started 2,000 to 35,000 to establish a non-pesticide management shop. Initially they raised. In Gujarat, 5,000 rupees per season for 2 seasons as incentive to meet the cost of NF input preparation. And also Himachal for 4,000 rupees farmers are conducting demonstrations. In Gujarat, 10,000 rupees is given for farming, natural farming association. So what I wanted to say is that initially all these states where they are promoting, they are giving not only extension activity and also supporting the farmer through some kind of incentives also. Next slide please. This I was telling about the farmer producers companies also they are promoting in the Himachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh and also Odisha, and even foldable stalls in HP. That means small kind of you might have been seen in Airtel and other things. They are selling the SIM card. Similar kind of structure they have given for the farmer in the roadside. They can sell their natural farming products. So to encourage, because marketing is a major problem. So the government, state government is encouraging the farmer by providing these kind of structures to the farmers. And also because there is no the established certification process for natural farming. Even those who are promoting the agriculture department themselves, they are giving some kind of certificate, like 1 star, 2 star, 3 star kind of certificate. So based on that, they can sell to the local market at least. So the government giving the certificate, they recognize them that these farmers are producing these products by observing all the parameters of natural farming. And previous one, correct. Special stalls, even in Gujarat, if you see, they used to create some demand for the natural farming products, like organizing Amrut Aadhar Mahotsav, like in festivals and exhibitions. So, wherein those who are producing natural farming product, they will be encouraged to sell their product in these special stalls. And in Odisha millet vision is linked to recruitment, and Gujarat, the certification system also introduced. It may not be a very well organized, but some kind of recognition to the farmer, so that the buyer they can buy the product with some kind of confidence. Next slide, please. And every state in this various states, they have their own unique scheme. In Andhra Pradesh, you all know that the community managed natural farming, earlier it's zero budget natural farming, now they renamed as community managed natural farming. It is implemented by Right to Sadhikara Samstha, ROSS. It is like a government system only, and a separate wing they are promoting extensively natural farming. And Himachal Pradesh Prakratik Kheti Kaushal Kisan Yojana, PK3Y. That is a scheme where all the Atma activities only promoting natural farming. Though extensively they are promoting under this exclusive scheme on Prakratik Kheti Kaushal Kisan Yojana. And Gujarat, you know that cow scheme and Prakratik Krishi Kit scheme. These kind of small schemes for buying cow and also maintaining cow, 900 rupees per month farmer is given. And you know that Government of India, before National Mission on Natural Farming, already Bharatiya Prakriti Krishi Paddhati, BPKP, it is implemented already in 10 states across the country. In selected state, it is implemented in a small scale. Next slide, please. In the study area, you see all the farmers when we interacted, 90% of the 100% of the farmers they are using the Jiva, and 93% of the farmers are using mulch, and 9% they are using Bijam, and 80% of the farmers are using Ganajima, and Neemastra 58%, Agni-astra 48%, Brahmastra 36%. These are all different places. They are the names are different, forms are different. The purpose is again it acts as stimulant and also repellent for the against the pest and diseases. Because if you see the combination, some of the suppose Himachal, if you go even I think if you go to the Mangalore area, I think anybody is from Mangalore maybe you may be knowing neem we will not get it. So they are finding it different locally available planting material which can act as a repellent and other things. So many formulations they are innovating, farmers are innovating, but people are using, most of the farmers are using these kind of repellent and the natural farming bio. Next slide, please. And the one good thing is when we interact, everybody is happy about many things. People, most of the farmers are saying that a lot of improvement in the soil health, there is increase in they could able to feel a lot of alpha population, wheat improved, because earlier they used to cultivate only one crop, and now the concept you all know that might have been understood in the last 10 days. The idea is we have to go for cover more number of crops in a piece of land and longer duration. Land, one of the principal here is suppose if you are going for a conventional system, only maize, after 3 months it will be vacant and the soil will be exposed. But in natural farming, maximum number of crops in the same piece of land and different narrow leaves and broad leaves, so that land will be covered always and it will fulfill all the family requirements. It will be like our traditional farming system. Like they used to grow pulses, cereals, oilseed, and it will be long duration, short duration. So they used to say that a lot of green cover and they could be able to see, and shelf life of the produce they could be able to feel, and increase in the population of the beneficial insect, and enhance the quality of product. Other agroecological benefits like even the irrigation, the reduced number of irrigation has been reduced, and the birds and other things are increased. Less incidence of pest and disease. Only they were suggesting that suppose if it is promoted in a cluster of suppose a group of villages and a cluster of villages, if it is promoted, it will be more effective. Otherwise, we have seen that suppose the farmer is having around 2.5 acres land, 1.7 acres only he is growing natural farming. Remaining area and farming, insect they might take into this area, neighboring field. So that kind of problem they are facing. Otherwise, when they are continuously growing local seed, resistant varieties, and multiple cropping systems, then less pest and diseases generally it is occurring. And some of the farmers they say that in the long run productivity is also increased, but there is a controversy. Some people they say that yield increases in the initial stages. That also it is reported. Next slide, please. And however, the constraint they were mentioning is non-availability of market. Why they are not? So they say that a lot of advantages there. Why can't you go for extending your own land to larger area? They say that's what Honorable Prime Minister was also telling that it is not forcing anybody to go for natural farming. Let farmer we will give farmer. So let him try this in a small piece of land. When he convinces, confident that it is working well, then we can switch over, we can expand to the larger area. But here the constraint they were facing is non-availability of market. They say that if they produce more, they will not get a good market, and lack of regulatory prices, they could not. Consumer are confused, which is natural and which is not natural. So they are not getting the remunerative prices, non-availability of grants for natural product, and reduction in yield up to initial 3 years. And there is no recognition or subsidy. They were telling that, say, government giving lot of subsidy. This year, you may be knowing that around 2 lakh crore rupees subsidy for the inorganic fertilizer. So when that kind of subsidy, suppose you might have been seen now, almost per bag urea cost around 2,400 rupees, but the farmers are paying only 2,240 rupees. So that means so much subsidy is given by urea, and that kind of subsidy is given to this for us, like those who are growing natural farming, that yield reduction will be compensated to a certain extent. That was the request to the farmer. And more occurrence of weeds, weed scientists, those who are there, you can, I think, come out with some solution. Only they were telling, suppose if you are growing multi crops in the same piece of land, and also mulching, sufficient mulching. Again, mulching, they will not get the mulching material, and labor will be a problem, labor will be a costly. These are all the issues are there. However, it is very easy in case of the perennial crops. But in case of annual crops, that is also one of the major problem. And inadequate technical support will be transferred to natural farming. And we do not, they were telling that we do not get a proper hand holding, and there is no adequate technical support. So what are the step-by-step process? Suppose even we used to get a lot of queries nowadays, especially the urban farmer, neighboring peri-urban areas. Last week also one lady called me. She said that I am having 20 acres, but I do not know anything about natural farming. Anybody can give a guidance, step-by-step process, what I have to do step by. So such type of guidance people are lacking. That is also one of the constraints they were telling. Next slide, please. I was telling about Sansadan Bandar. It is like one of the farmer in Himachal Pradesh, is Sher Singh Chauhan. He was practicing natural farming from 2012 in Shimla. He faced a lot of yield reduction in apple, almost 50% in the 2 years. He continued and succeeded. When he introduced natural farming, he was telling that initial 2 years I got less yield for up to 50%, but I continued. Based on his improvement, his success, government has recognized such type of farmer, and Sansadan Bandar, that is he will be given some 10,000 rupees from the Atma, and he will prepare all kind of natural input such as Jivamrita, Ganajivamrita, Brahmastra, Agniastra, etc., and sell in the village level. The farmer who cannot produce, because small area Himachal, the land holding is very less, everybody need not prepare, need not buy everything and other things. So such type of things in natural farming, by definition, the external input. External input is, maybe I will switch off my fan, maybe that creates some echo. Just a minute. So he used to prepare and sell it to the local farmers. So here our idea, natural farming, is not to purchase external input. Again, there I think a lot of debate might have been discussed, interaction. So suppose if you are go by exact definition of natural farming, then no external input. Then if that is the case, whether drip irrigation is permitted, mechanization is permitted, because in the current situation without mechanization, it is very, very difficult. And drip, we are suggesting to go for drip irrigation. Then again, it is a controversial. But as far as possible, there is no inorganic fertilizer, inorganic pesticide and other things can be avoided, so that the cost of cultivation can be reduced and the dependence from the external source can be minimized. And so this kind of the Sansadan Bundle, it is meeting the requirement of around 4 to 5 villages in and around the, so every cluster of villages, one such things are established. Next slide please. So this is the one example. You can see the different NM product and the rates in which he is selling to neighboring farmers. Next slide please. He used to sell every product. Next slide please. So what is the major triggers for adoption of natural farming by farmers is one in these states, because we studied in 5 states, and Sikkim totally there was no natural farming. However, entire you all know that the entire state is organic farming, and it is easy and people are easy to convert such state to natural farming. But in this state, awareness and capacity building, because it is state has taken. Because other places here and there NGOs are doing in smaller area, but it is a state initiative. Entire mechanism is involved, and a lot of investment is also made, incentives given, and a lot of organized extension activities are conducted. Mainly awareness and capacity building is conducted. As a result, there is a lot of you can see the progress in the state, and for them also easy to learn. It is not so much very complicated technologies, and knowledge and easy access to locally available input and preparation, and continuous extension and hand-holding support is also one of the triggering point. And institutional mechanism. Every state they establish a very planned institutional mechanism. Either ROSS up to grassroots level, there is a manpower and organized kind of extension, and ARC is involved in Himachal and Gujarat, and the NGO is taken, MPanel NGO is taken in Orissa and implemented through NGOs, and farmer to farmer extension, because convincing Himachal, we have noticed self-help group is used, and what they are doing, entire self-help group, they will not adopt everything together, everybody together. Actually, everybody, they will adopt in one of the members of the self-help group. Once they, after season, once they convinced, they will adopt in the remaining members field. So that is also like group. In a group, they used to practice in one farmer's field. Now, once they get a hands-on experiences, they get a confidence, then they promote. They used to practice in their respective field. And the government initiative, already I told, incentives are given, and programmatic approach is also one of the triggering points. For consumers also, you know that a lot of, as I told in Gujarat and other things, even the extensive awareness campaign is like in the Young Promotion Council, you are knowing that. So every time they used to give an advertisement about the benefit of consuming egg kind of things. They are also for natural product, consumption of natural product. They are giving a lot of awareness on safety, quality, and nutrients among the producer and also consumer. They are taking them to farmers' field, those who are producing natural farming. So that the consumer demand is also increasing in these states. Extensive use of social media platform. They are using small scale innovative marketing models like foldable and portable stalls are also used with the natural farming logo, and the star type certification system also promoted. Partnering with local institute, because you know that we also MOU with some of the organizations like ESA Foundation. You know, the entire Tamil Nadu, the ESA Foundation, they are promoting extensively the natural farming. So we also have a MOU, and also they have a very good models. They develop their farmers' practices or package of practices, and they said that entire Tamil Nadu they are promoting natural farming. One thing is they have their own followers, and whatever they say, based on their credibility, trustworthiness, they used to procure. That is also marketing also not a problem for them. Similarly, art of living, you know, they have their own basis. Then even Patanjali, we have a MOU with Patanjali. They are procuring organic product and natural product, and they are also working with different organizations, farmer producers organizations, etc. So when farmers collecting, if you see the In Andhra Pradesh, if you see Vasan, there is a NGO, CSA, there is a NGO, Center for Sustainable Agriculture. They are also working with farmers and also they make a tie-up with the so CSA. They made a tie-up with the Tirupati Devasthanam Board, and for all laddu, the Chenna dal produced from natural farming, they made a tie-up for procuring, and Prasadam Annadanam vegetable they made a tie-up. In Andhra Pradesh, they want to tie up with PDS through and child this one midday meals, and they have a tie-up. So partnering with these kind of organizations always useful for promoting these things and experimenting at a small scale as an entry point. In these things, especially as I was telling, this self-help group is very popular. They leverage the self-help group in Andhra Pradesh and in starting with kitchen garden in natural farming. Similarly, based on the convincing, they expanded. So this kind of these are some of the triggering points in this state. Next slide, please. And based on these cases study, just some of the points I wanted to tell about you. What are the strategies we can follow to upscale? One is to start because we have seen in study area also small and marginal farmers they are coming forward because preparation of Jeeva and all. Yes, small farmer easily they are not depending on the labor, and it is easy for everybody is having one or two animal, and for them it is easy, and they will not lose the profit margin also productivity loss. So they are coming forward, so we can leverage because we know our farmers also more than 60% of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. So we can there are low hanging fruits and dry land. And already it is not a high input area. So suppose if they expand even some of the farmer and some kind of school of thought that it will reduce the heat, so it can go dry land. There is no input consumption. Second thing is it will not have a huge national perspective, food security and other things. That the issue will not be price. And low external input areas, dry land, low input external area, low external input area can be our initial target area. And horticulture ecosystem. Horticulture, it is easy in the horticulture ecosystem because with the annual system, if you go for controlling normally in the horticulture system, pest and disease also very less, and also weed management in the annual system is a major problem. And this horticulture crop mulching and all cover crop is easy and it's very practicable. And tribal area and high latitude area is one of our initial focus on to start with, instead of going for high input area, high productivity area. So we can start with this kind of area. And second thing is model farmer. That's what Honorable Prime Minister also telling that every village, every gram panchayat, if we create one model farmer or one model farm and a possible model village, that will be more convincing. So seeing is believing. So suppose we have a 6 lakh villages, and if we can able to create 6 lakh villages or villages, definitely it is easy. We need not, as a KVK or scientist, we need not develop, go for entire area. At least, if we block one model village, if we can able to create that, I think from Atma and other friendly and extension system, they can use this as for promoting natural farming. And we require a lot of master trainer and frequent practical and experience learning in the farmer's field. So that is important. Now, as a part of our project, now if anybody is interested, we are organizing in the month of December. EI Anand, Extension Education Institute Anand, and in Art of Living Bangalore, and also the Samiti Himachal Pradesh, we are conducting programs for the master trainer, 5-day program. It is a free of cost, and food and accommodation, everything is free. And if you are coming, the airfare, everything will be managed by management. So anybody is interested with already you have undergone training program. If one acts a model master trainer, we wanted to create a large number of master trainers across the country, and this year we will be organizing 4 training program within December, January, and already December program is dates are scheduled, and these 3 places, and Haridwar also, one program in Haridwar. So these 4 programs we have scheduled and mastered already through online 3 days program we conducted. Master trainer 661 master trainers we trained on that comment. With the help of this master trainer, we conducted 997 Gram Pradhan's awareness program across the country with the help of Atma and also with the help of Collectorate, because the collector helped in mobilizing the Gram Pradhan's 997 program we conducted across the country, covering around 56,000 Gram Pradhans across the country. Because we understood that Gram Pradhans are decision maker, and they could able to convince the farmers, and also they can include this component in convergence mechanism. So we require a lot of master trainers and frequent practical training. For anybody, if anybody is attending from the KVK and if you want to use our training material, we already prepared a 5 days master trainers material uploaded in Manage website. You can use the 1 day Gram Pradhan, 1 day awareness program also. We developed the material and translated in all the 22 regional languages and uploaded in Manage website, that material. And another strategy is we require, suppose one of the suggestion is, in Himachal, they were telling that suppose in natural farming if you are using, because in Himachal Pradesh, the more vegetable growing area, vegetables are high yielding varieties, hybrids are there, and where you require more input responsive crops. So when we go for natural farming, definitely there will be reduction in yield. So we have to select land races, good land races, which is coming up well in the local area, that should be multiplied through with the help of farmers resource organization, and good supply chain mechanisms for land races has to be developed. That is also one of the strategies required. And community seed bank is required to promote land races. Anybody scientist, if you want to work on community seed banks, you can submit a proposal to get funding support. And as I told, developing bioresource center, lot of bioresource center is also required. Similar to Sansad and Bandar kind of things, even a non-pesticide management source in Andhra Pradesh, a lot of non-pesticide management sources are created. So these kind of things, because to support, people should have access to get these bioresources. Next slide. I was telling about the instead of going for here and there, if we promote in cluster approaches, definitely it will pick up, because even those who are traders, if they wanted to procure the material in a cluster, if we come to the 5-6 areas together, we will get a bulk. Second thing is for controlling pests and diseases and bio input also easy. So one of the excellent approaches we can promote is promoting a cluster approach. And certification process. Again, there is a confusion. Already those who are doing organic farming, those who are having organic certification system, they are saying, sir, again if you want to do for natural farming, again we have to apply, we have to go for different process, time taking and other things. So there should be some kind of single standard certification system. That is also one of the strategies that is required. And strong market system and value chain management by linking, as I told, different farms group, NGOs and materials and public distribution system. That is also one of the strategy we have to, in a holistic way, we have to promote. Just giving a training program, just giving some technology, supply of biofuel will not help. And research support for the academic practices is also, now they are asking, is there any, because being a government organization, they are asking what is the package of practices. We do not have a package of practices. Any different, they are asking for different crops, different agroecological systems. but we are not having now. Government has taken, you all know that government has taken an initiative to validate the technology in 425 kVKs and also 20 agriculture universities. They are already initiated, and some package of next February probably we will conduct one workshop to compile all the package of practices in natural farming available across the country. And we also written a letter to all the ICR institute and also SAUs, KVKs also. Any package of practices are available, kindly share with us, because we are recognized as knowledge repository. We have to keep it in common portal for the public consumption. So if we already are having, kindly send it to us and we will upload in your name. And as I was telling, now every state has come out with a different unique product. Like in Orissa, we see matka curd and the egg amino acid, fish amino acid, onion gravanum in Dasparni, or aloe vera, banana, orange bioagents like that. So we do not know exactly what is the enzymes, how it is functioned, mode of action and other things. So every location specific product has to be taken and scientifically it has to be validated and to give the confidence to the farmers. Next slide please. And both ways of technologies, this is a problem, but actually there is now those who are farmers, practicing natural farming, they say that there are a lot of convention. They say that it works, it is doing well like that. But some of the scientists are arguing that how it will fulfill the nutrient requirement and other things. So the research methodology should be, the suggestion is, already successful natural farming farmers feel the research can be taken up their research under the guidance of or in co-creation, where scientists and farmers together they can develop the technology, because they say that it is working, so that with the help of the successful farmers, the research can be taken up and protocol can be validated. And suitable incentive mechanism for the natural farming input and buying cows, whatever it is there, that in the initial phases it is very much required, and government can invest more on farmers trainers, because farmer to farmer extension is working well in most of these states. When the successful farmer tells, definitely it will be very, I think if your programs, it will also be possible, farmers, successful farmer can be asked to interact with the participants, so that it will be more convincing also. And if you want any farmer to be interacted, we can also give some of the contact in different states. They can be interacted with the participants, how they are successful and other things. Creation of awareness among the consumer also very, very essential. Not only production, consumer, once demand for product is there, automatically farmers start cultivating the crops in natural farming. So our role is again creating the awareness among the consumer and a little bit paying more, so that the farmers get extra income, so that it will be motivating the farmers. And as I told, it is a cluster approach is very essential, and common nomenclature. Many training program across the country, it is already organized. Some people are organizing on biodynamic farming, organic farming, natural farming, then even regenerative agriculture. It is a lot of confusion is there. So if you are national level single nomenclature, it will be good, in less confusion, and it will be encouraged. Next slide please. And always our DG also used to say that it is not only, suppose sugarcane in natural farming or maize in natural farming. Instead of that, in natural farming, really it should be not only ecologically sustainable, economically it should be sustainable. For that, we have to integrate with the integrated farming system only, including all the enterprises should be integrated, even beekeeping, agroforestry. Ultimately, the farm level income should be increased. That is very, very essential. We have to ensure that not only crop and other enterprises and other value addition has to be included. Rewarding for ecosystem services. You see that now, you know, after Corona, we know the value of the clean air, value of the clean water, good ecology. So farmers are contributing to the natural farming farmers are contributing to the ecosystem services. So for that, the lot of green carbon credit is there. I conducted some of the programs on carbon credit. Lot of scope is there for encasing. Suppose mulching, because of mulching, how much water saving is there? Because of water saving, how much the emission will be reduced? And since they are not going for the spray, so because you all know that the more emission is from the agri input rather than stubble burning. So, sorry, how much the emission has been reduced? So already even I think some of you maybe anybody is from Maharashtra, you may be knowing that Maharashtra there is one project on Pokhara, project on climate resilient agriculture. They are also giving for climate adaptation measures. They are giving incentives through carbon credit. And in CSA, I was telling in Telangana, they are giving incentive of around 2,000 rupees per farmer if they are going for natural farming. They are through carbon credit. So this kind of thing can encase, we can facilitate farmers. Then consumer behavior through wide publicity, as similar to Gujarat and other places. Promotion of family farmer concept. Now you know that family doctor. And now, like agro-tourism is coming in. So, as an extension point of view, we can organize the consumer, take them to national farmers field, how they are producing, how they to gain a confidence. We can every farmer, they must know who is their farmer, who is how they are producing. So, family farmer concept also can be popularized, so that they will get a lot of credibility, confidence. So. That's what I was telling. In ISA Foundation also, farmers from Coimbatore, they are selling the papaya to Madras, Chennai. Because they know that these farmers are under the guidance of ISA Foundation, they are not using any fertilizer pesticide. They got confidence. They are also organizing around 1,500 rupees or something like that. They are charging every weekend. They are organizing the exposure visit kind of things to the natural farmers field. The city, many people are farming. The farmers field itself, they are organizing the food and other things. They are enjoying, and also they get convinced, they will motivate to purchase the natural farming products. And as a other thing is inclusion of other livestock is also one of the important components. And the livestock again, we can club the other schemes for cat shed lining and other things. So different strategies are very, very essential to promote the natural farming. Just mere training program or giving one technology will not lead to promotion of natural farming in a larger way. This is what I wanted to tell. And I think what manage is doing when DC is interacting, when DC will be telling. I will stop with this. Thank you very much for listening. And we require all of your support. Support for promoting natural farming, and any help is required, and we want to document success stories. Also video recording, everything is there part of the project. And this project is sanctioned for 3 years. A lot of training we will conduct, in our workshop we will be conducting. We are all most welcome to participate, and we are also developing a network of experts. Network of experts working on natural farming. So we already collected many states. So if we are working on natural farming, I think if you are next we will upload in our for the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question from the point of the participant?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Since manage is being the major institute in India for promoting natural farming, my question is regarding the policy support for natural farming. As we are aware that nowadays everything is being digitalized. Even the land records, Aadhaar number, everything is being connected, and fertilizer sales is also routed through Aadhaar. If we can able to connect these things, and if you can able to calculate the fertilizer required for a farmer, if he having 2-acre land holding and he is cultivating some crops, those things are all digitalized as of now in Karnataka because of crop survey. Those things are comes under RTC. If you can able to calculate the amount of subsidy which was given to the quantity of fertilizers required to grow particular crops, if that can be rooted as a policy or as we can bonus support to the farmers, definitely the farmers, more major farmers or more number of farmers will come forward to adapt this natural farming in a big number. This is my idea. Whether this can be taken up as a policy matter to promote natural farming.
Sir, thank you. Actually, you're right. Actually, that's what in one of the strategy also I told. Farmers are expecting because the per bag of urea almost to more than 2,400 rupees the government is spending, and you know that after Ukraine-Russia war, lot of cost escalation because all these products are imported. So that's what now I attended one Rabi conference organized by Ministry of Agriculture, where all the state government commissioners, directors also participated. There is an incentive from the state. If they indent less fertilizer, the state will be incentivized as a state, not individual farmer. State will be incentivized. That is a scheme under Government of India. And other thing is government also now under Ministry of Agriculture, they formed a high-level committee. What is the roadmap how to carry forward natural farming, where the farmer Secretary Agriculture was a member, and also lot of farmer representatives, ICR representatives, and SAU representatives. Our one of the DG man is also one of the member in the committee to high-level policy guidelines. This is also one of the things, and you know that. This is a more of a political kind of thing. Suppose if they reduce the fertilizer, these things, they will project it as a shortage of fertilizer. Government cannot supply fertilizer kind of things. So anyway, this is one of the recommendation is there, and this is a very good suggestion. I also told at least if the farmers are growing, fertilizer subsidy can be diverted. Many farmer representatives also suggested the same thing in the committee. So how it will be implemented, we have to see.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, there are 4 components in natural farming. There is Brahmastra and also Jivavrata and also mulching, obviously. But here, cow is more concentrated, and apart from that, why tree is not concentrated? Even in the natural farming or agroforestry, we use many of the tree component, mulching, everything, but we are not taking the tree as a component. Is there any challenging things in taking tree as a component? I would like to know about this. Thank you.
Brother, actually, I told integration of, in my slide also I told integration of allied activities. Actually, in the Subhas Palekar, these different school of thoughts, they are promoting only 4 this thing. But that's what actually we should not stop with only the 4 principles. Only 4 principles, 4 components, and it is, we have to mandatorily we have to include 3 components. We have to include 3 components: beekeeping and also livestock. All these things we are suggesting to integrate. So not only 3 other component also. It should be there.
Any question? Any question? Any question from participants? Thank you, sir. Sir, on the behalf of our KSNUAHS and University of Agriculture and Science and also participants, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for giving a valuable suggestion regarding the natural farming for upscaling the India. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brother.
Hello, sir.
Sir.
Sir, thank you very much for your excellent presentation with this, regard to the topic on strategies for promoting natural farming practices. It's good that you are doing a lot of work, your institute is doing a lot of work on promotion of natural farming. So anyhow, your DG is also visiting shortly to address all our participants, sir. He is on the way from our other campus. So on behalf of the university and on my personal behalf, I personally wholeheartedly thank you very much, sir. Okay?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. That would be detailed activities of manage I did not cover. Anyway, DC will be covered.
He will be arriving, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.